Live. We're live. It is 1:30. A few seconds past. We will reconvene the county council meeting at 1:30 and move to item number 8. And do we have that other, Mr. Deneen, did you need a second?
I don't need it, that we're going to bring Gaines up, remember,
When?
right now.
I'm going to let you do that. We're going to bring up, we're going to take just a quick play. We're going to take just a one, with the permission of the council. We're going to move item, was it 21? 20? 19. I was in the ballpark, just not knocking it out. Item 19, so here we go. Hold on. You're live.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, County Council members. Mark Swanson, Deputy Director of Public Protection. I'm here to you today. The Central Florida YMCA will partner with the USA Master Swimming to host the 2008 Pan American Championships. The championships will be held at the YMCA Aquatic Center in Orlando. The 2018 championship will include swimming, diving, synchronized swimming, water polo, and open water swimming, to be held in July 25th through August 12th, 2018, and the championship is expected to attract thousands of athletes. This year, the event is taking the open water portion to the Pan Am Games to the Daytona Beach for the open water swim. The dates for the open water swim will be August 4th and 5th, 2018, and the tentative start date will be open water event to 7 a.m. It's expected that 700 to 1,000 athletes will compete in the open swim. The venue will be similar to the 2017 USA National Lifeguard Competition. The Beach Safety Division has earmarked $15,000 to be paid to the Central Florida YMCA, which will use these funds to fund specific items such as swim caps for the race entrance, publication, media marketing, and banners. The staff is requesting approval. But please allow me to introduce the following people. We have Rowdy Gaines. Rowdy Gaines is a 3-time Olympic gold medalist, world record holder, and Olympic swimming commentator. Rowdy is currently the vice president of the Aquatics YMCA.
Well, he has to stand up there while you're introducing him. He can't just sit down high down there.
Casey Taker. Casey is the co-founder of the COO of the Open Water Planet event. And I'm going to turn it over to Rowdy and Casey, and they'll walk you through a short presentation.
Thank you.
I always hate when they do Rowdy first before me, because he has all the credentials. I'm like, and then I'm just me. What's the
If you
best
would
way to-
stand or take that and then stand between the microphones.
We won't be long.
Okay, just so we can hear you.
Yep. Guys, just the basic information y'all need to know. This is an international event. What's great about this, that $15,000 is the bid fee. We all know that for international events, that's really, really small compared to most international events. Usually require something, in the 6 figures easily. We're bringing the open water portion. We're expecting about 700 to over 1,000 athletes. What's great about this is your target demographic for kind of the new wave of marketing that Daytona is doing for their marketing program towards sports. This is the Masters demographic. Everybody's between the ages of 35 and 55. They all make over $75,000 each per year. They're coming in for multiple nights. They're bringing their families. Very low impact, not a lot of extra security needed. They're not tearing up hotel rooms, and they like spending money. So definitely good for that. Is this? Okay. Just to give you a quick timeline of events, we're going to have a practice day on Saturday, such as everyone's going to come in and do some warm-ups on the course. And what we're also hoping is to have a welcome reception. I'm working with the CVB and a couple other local entities on that. Our goal is, again, the more nights we can get them enticed to stay, the better off, and the more room nights we all get, which we know is our end goal. Sunday, we're going to have a 5K open water swim and a 1-mile open water swim, followed by our awards ceremony. Again, this is happening at the end of the Pan Am swimming competition. So what's great is you guys have this nice open-ended bracket that we can encourage people to stay a couple days after the event. This is just a quick overview of open water swimming. Again, kind of tells you the growth and everything. We can make this presentation available for anyone that would like to see it. Over 50,000 master swimmers currently in the United States, over 100,000 triathletes. And this doesn't include the international market that we're going after as well. Those are just some of the demographics I spoke about. Event trends. Whenever you do these events, people don't mind traveling for these events. They're used to it. Because open water swimming is still so young, people are used to having to travel to do it, so it's not a new concept. Most of the time when we do these events, people come, 70% of our audience comes from more than 2 hours away, which means they're probably going to stay overnight. This is just kind of going into what their habits are in terms of what they spend their money on, how often they travel for these things, and how often they go to new locations, which most people say that most of the locations they go to, they pick it because they've never been before. And then they end up coming back if they like it. Biggest thing is exposure. You guys are going to have a tremendous opportunity within a brand new market. We're partnering with SwimSwam, which is the largest swimming media outlet in the world right now. We've got a pretty robust both media calendar with them and some other entities lined up. We haven't activated just because we've kind of been waiting on this last little piece of the puzzle to fall into place. So we'll be able to start doing that. We've got a lot of social media lined up. Luckily, we have some great Olympians in our stable too. That always helps gets the word out. This is just a little bit more of that. Everything that we're using the $15,000 for, when he mentioned swim caps, that's because Daytona Beach is branded on it. When he mentioned any of the media we do in, that is specifically for the open water portion, and it's going toward kind of the destination branding. It's not just about the event, it's about how great the event's going to be because it's in Daytona Beach and all the things that you can do around it. And that's it.
Thank you.
And I'll very quickly add that, just to give you a quick background, we were one of 2 cities chosen as candidates for the Pan Am Games 2 years ago. Domestically, it was San Antonio and us. We outbid San Antonio, and then the other one was Toronto internationally. This will be the largest swim meet in the history of the country of any class, regular swimming or master swimming. We're expecting somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 competitors. That's at the Aquatic Center. So what we're trying to do is we're going to try to push all those swimmers, as Casey said, to stay and enjoy the weekend at Daytona Beach, and that's why we're expecting, it says 700 to 1,000. I think we're going to get a lot more than that because the World Championships this past summer in Budapest had 3,800 open water swimmers, and they're telling us to expect very similar numbers. I'm a 3rd-generation Floridian. I was born and raised here, my father, my grandfather, and Daytona Beach has sort of been the fabric of who I have been my whole life, and so I can't think of a better place in the state of Florida to be able to hold this event. Open water competition, in case you don't know, has exploded internationally and nationally. It was made in an official Olympic event in 2008 as a 10K. So since then, that's why open water has become so popular. As Casey said, this is a perfect demographic for us. These are not kids that are coming in. You have to be a minimum age of 19 and up, and the type of demographic that we're expecting is exactly up our alley. It's certainly at the YMCA, and certainly here at Daytona Beach. I just want to give a quick shout out. He couldn't be here, but Charlie, besides Mark, who has been such a huge support of ours, Charlie Leidecker has also been a huge supporter, and I know that he's going to be there at the end, and we just appreciate any support you can give us. So thank you.
And guys, I want to add one last comment. We are working after this event when you talk about kind of
Yeah.
longevity
This is not a one and done.
impact. We're currently working on both lifeguard skills series and an open water series that would go the entire northeast span of Florida. So we're working with Jacksonville, St. Augustine, Flagler Beach, and this is going to be part of all that. So it's kind of the big picture, and then we're going to kind of keep the momentum going once we've got it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Council. Questions? Mr. Deneen.
Only a final comment. Thank you for the presentation. I felt that when Charlie brought this to me, together with Mr. Gaines and Mark, that this was so much in our venue that we are trying to accomplish here as we try to transition to making our community bigger, especially for both professional and amateur sports, that I jumped at this because I thought $15,000 is one heck of a small amount for this kind of reward we'll get. I thought it was the greatest ROI I've seen in a while, and so I encourage the council to vote for this. I think it's just going in the right direction.
I mean, what better fit than with the wide open fun? I mean, there's not much wider than our ocean front, so I thought it fits very well with that theme of it. Ms. Post? Oh, you're gone.
I was going to actually talk about the ROI, so.
Okay, so it is a great return, and we appreciate it. Is anyone, we need to have a motion on this. Ms. Post, did you want to make that?
Go ahead.
Someone?
Mr. Chair, I move approval of expenditure of $15,000.
And I'll second it.
Second by Post. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And thank you all for doing that, taking your time to.
Look forward to it. Come on
have
out.
this.
It's a great spectator event,
We'll
too.
be-
It'll
I'll be
fun.
there.
We'll have about 40 Olympians probably swimming in it as well.
Fantastic.
Is
Thank you.
Charlie in it?
Charlie's going to
Charlie?
swim.
Is he swimming?
I'm going to make Charlie swim.
Yeah, we all will make
Thanks or
Charlie
not.
swim. Thank you, council, for allowing me to move that item. They had to be at another location, so we'll now move, Clay, we'll move to item 8.
Thank you, sir. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you is an application from John Powers representing the First Christian Church of DeLand. The facility is located at 1401 West New York Avenue in the area of DeLand. There's an existing special exception that allows them to operate a daycare now. It's limited to 40 children. What they're looking to do is try and expand that to up to 100 and also continue on and modify the existing special exception. Staff reviewed it for compliance to our comprehensive plan and the land development code and zoning and recommended approval to the PLDRC. PLDRC held a hearing. There was no one who spoke against this, and we don't expect anyone to speak against it here. And so therefore, it's coming forward to you with a recommendation of approval. If there's any questions from staff, I'll be glad to answer it.
This is a public hearing. I have no one wishing to speak. I'll close the public hearing portion. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move grant the special exception for daycare center on 10.92 acre urban single-family residential zone property located at 1401 West New York Avenue, DeLand, case S 18-022, and with the recommended conditions of approval with it.
Second.
Second by Dr. Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Let's move to item 9. This, too, is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. And Mr. Irvin.
Again, good afternoon. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management, for the record. This is the second and final reading of an administrative rezoning of 28 acres. This consists of 11 parcels. This was part of the recommendation that came to you in October to address some deficiencies in our zoning and land development process. These are parcels that were otherwise non-conforming, and now with this rezoning will be conforming and will allow for the property owners to fully utilize their property. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer it.
I have no one wishing to speak. We'll close the public hearing portion. Council.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
move approval of case 8S-18-0, no, wrong one, administrative rezoning of A-1E classification to A-4E classification, 28 acres located on the north side of Enterprise, Osteen Road, adjacent to the city of Daytona, case Z-18-007.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we will move on to item 9. And this is a public hearing. We will, pardon?
That's what I
10.
thought.
10.
That's 10. Yeah,
We're going on to 10.
we're on 10. Moving on.
We just finished 9.
We just finished now.
We're going to item 10. And this is the public hearing.
Thank you.
We'll open the public hearing.
Clay Irvin, Director of Planning, or Growth and Resource Management, for the record. If the council won't mind, I would like to address items 11 and 12, or 10 and 11 at the same time, because they're basically comparable applications. The first one is pertaining to the change in the future land use map. Because of the size of the parcel, it's 12.2 acres that are owned by the Evans. They came in and requested an amendment to the zoning and the land use in order to subdivide the property. The map is showing the location and the existing land use designation on that. And so that would be modified to rural, so that therefore the size of the parcels and the appropriate zoning would be reduced slightly, so that way, under the current zoning, of A1, they would have to have 10 acres. They're looking to be going to an A4, which would reduce the size of it. So the whole point is that the Evans have this property, or surrounding it, they have property that is currently zoned rural. This would allow for a compatible land use pattern out there. It would allow for them to be able to subdivide the property that they're looking to do, still be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and still allow for a zoning that would be consistent with that land use designation. Staff has reviewed it for comparison and has provided comments to the PLDRC. There was no one who spoke against it at the PLDRC, and it's coming forward, both of these items, with recommendation of approval. These are two separate items, so you will need to take two separate motions for first the land use and the zoning. Because it is a large-scale land use map amendment, we have to transmit it to the DEO and to Volusia County Growth Management Commission. Once that comes back, then everything will be finalized at that point.
I have no one wishing to speak on item 10. We'll close the public hearing portion. Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, on item 10, I move approval of a large-scale future
Sir,
land use.
sorry. There was a public comment sheet there.
Well, it snuck in here. Maybe he says we have a motion and a second, and we pass it. He says he's good.
Okay.
Mr. Patterson.
You're paid by the hour, Mr. Watts. You might as well earn it.
Well, we just gave him 2 hours.
Okay. Mr. Chair, move approval of the landscape, large-scale future land use map amendment from agricultural resource AR designation to rural R designation of 12.21 acres located at 4145 State Road 11, DeLand, case CPA-18005, and do I have to put in there to authorize transmittal to the Department of Economic Development for state review and the Volusia Growth Management Commission for certification.
Is there second? Lowry, any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and move to item 11. And this too is a public hearing, and you've given us the information from the staff. I have no one, unless he's on here, he is on here for 11. He says he's going to sit there and wait and see what happens on 11. I give him the right to respond in the event that he needs to. Is there a motion for item 11?
I can make a motion, but I'd rather see him squirm. Mr. Chair, I move approval rezoning of plus or minus 12.21 acres from prime agriculture A-1 classification to transitional agricultural A-4 classification located at 4145 State Road 11, DeLand, case Z-18-027. I don't think there's anything else that goes with it. No. That's
Is
my
there a
motion.
second? Second, Wheeler. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and you are absolutely right, Counselor. We could have snuck you in your time allotted, but thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Move to item 12. This too is a public hearing, and we'll open the public hearing.
Again, good afternoon. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is the first of 2 public hearings to process an administrative rezoning of approximately 33 acres of area of Volusia County that's sandwiched between Ormond Beach to the north and Holly Hill to the south. This area is currently zoned R5. It is made up of various parcels and lots that do not necessarily comply with the R4 zoning. Excuse me, it is zoned R4. We are requesting to rezone it to R5, which has a smaller lot dimension and smaller setback requirements, so that way those existing homes that are out there are in compliance and will allow for reasonable reuse of the property or expansion of those existing structures. This was part of the amendments that we brought to you back in October, where you recommended for us to go forward and make these changes. As you can see from the aerial that's in front of you, this is basically by US 1, as I said, between the 2 cities. We sent out notices to all the property owners, explained to them why we were going forward with this, went to the PLDRC with a recommendation of approval. PLDRC upheld the staff's recommendation. It's in front of you today with a recommendation of approval. We will need a second hearing. We need to have that declared. We would request, if the council decides to approve these, to have the second hearing on May 15th at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
I wasn't on.
Oh, Ms. Post.
Ms. Post.
I recommend approval of the administrative rezoning from R4 to R5 of approximately 33 acres located on Ridgewood Avenue and Cordova Avenue, north and south of Plaza Grand Avenue, near the cities of Ormond Beach and Holly Hill, case Z-18-019.
And
With- And you're
including,
going to,
pardon?
you're going to make the motion, correct? for
Yeah,
the
make
public
a
hearing?
motion, including the follow-up. It can be included in this, correct?
Don't you need to make that
Yes.
motion? Okay.
And the motion to set the second public hearing for May 15th, 2018 at 10:30 a.m. There, your motion is seconded by Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Move to item 13, and this too is a public hearing. Mr. Irvin.
Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a rezoning request for 2120 Mitchell Lane near the city of Port Orange. This property is north of Taylor Road on the east side of Tomoka Farms Road. Many of you all may have remembered this from a requested PUD that came in last year, which was denied. The applicant is trying to clean up some issues in regards to operations out there. He was facing some code enforcement issues, and this would solve the final issues and would take care of all of the outstanding issues. The property has a mixture of zonings. What we hope to do is be able to keep it as a consistent zoning across the entire 1.8 acre parcel. So it will be going to rezoning of RR, rural residential. It is currently zoned rural residential and rural agriculture.
Any questions of Mr. Irvin? I have no one wishing to speak from the public. We'll close the public hearing. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, I'd like to move approval of rezoning of 1.8 acres from rural residential and rural agricultural A-2 classification to rural residential classification located at 2120 Mitchell Lane, Port Orange, KZ-18-028.
Second, Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We will now move to item 15. I'm just checking to see if y'all are listening. That was true. Mr. Irvin, this
Yes,
is
sir,
a public hearing.
This is a
Public hearing is
transmittal
open.
hearing of the administrative amendment to the adopted comprehensive plan, specifically to the capital improvements element. As y'all may or may not be aware, Florida statutes has changed dramatically since 2010. We needed to update our capital improvement element to make sure it was consistent with the requirements of Florida statutes, Chapter 163. We've also been able to incorporate references to the dynamic master plan and the capital improvement programming that we are doing. In essence, what we are doing is updating, getting rid of unnecessary policies that were otherwise not required with the changes to Florida statutes, and making it consistent with the dynamic master plan and capital programming. If there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer it. It did get a recommendation of approval from the PLDRC.
This is a public hearing. I have no one wishing to speak on it. We'll close the public hearing. Council, Ms. Dennis.
Yes, just one question, Mr. Irvin.
Yes, ma'am.
This is not more restrictive, is it?
No, ma'am. Actually, it removed a lot of the restrictive policies we had in regards to concurrency and also how financial feasibility and a variety of different items, which were previously required in Florida statutes and are no longer part.
And that's the reason this whole thing is, so we're being less restrictive with this particular ordinance.
I would prefer to put it that we are in full compliance with Florida statutes 163 and making sure.
That's a good word. Okay,
And
and
that
we're
way
in full
we're
compliance and less restrictive at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
Dual purposes. Thank you, Mr. Irvin. With that, I'll make a motion to approve CPA-18-004, ordinance 2018-07, the transmittal hearing for amendment to our comprehensive plan capital improvements element.
Is there a second? Second, Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, we will, motion passes unanimously. We will move to item 15. This too is a public hearing, and Mr. Irvin.
If the council will indulge me, I'd like to address items 15, 16, 17, and 18 all at the same time because they're all pertaining to the same property. And I would also like to make a clarification. If the council chooses to adopt or approve these items, if you could please approve them in order of 16, 17, and 18, with 15 being the last thing approved. What we're dealing with is a variety of administrative actions that are tied to the Southwest Activity Center. Item 15 is the abandonment of an existing DRI that was approved back in 2003 by the city of Deltona, DeLand, and Volusia County. Deltona has abandoned it, DeLand has requested to abandon it, and is waiting for us to do so. And the council directed us in 2015 to go forward with the abandonment. When you abandon a DRI, you have to be able to protect the property rights that were already established, as well as making sure that whatever development entitlements or requirements were properly addressed through your comprehensive plan and through your zoning ordinances. So item 16 is pertaining to those comprehensive plan policies that we had to amend. And just for simplicity's sake, we took everything that was in the DRI and have put it in the comprehensive plan. Why are we doing that? DRIs, first and foremost, have been severely modified and changed since originally approved in the 80s. Now we're facing a situation where we would have a great deal more reporting requirements and greater limitations. This gives greater flexibility to the county as well as the property owners to be able to work through the development of this area. So what we were able to do is take everything that was in the DRI development order and put it in the comprehensive plan. Well, that addresses your future land use, but you still need to work through the zoning. So what we had to do was create a zoning category. Previously, we had a mandatory requirement for rezoning to PUD, but that can't be done. You have to give the property owners other options than just a PUD. So we've created two new zoning categories. This is the second hearing of that adoption of that ordinance that would add those zoning categories. The last item, number 18, is the actual application of that zoning to the property. As we went through this process, we had to notify all of the state agencies that are associated with the comprehensive plan amendment, as well as local governments through the Volusia County Growth Management Commission. One of the concerns that was identified with Orange City was pertaining to how are you handling these vested trips? How are you allocating them? How is the county monitoring and managing the concurrency aspects of it? We've worked through them, and that's why you see that there was an addendum that was added to specifically item 16 in regards to the comprehensive plan, where there was additional language that was requested by the city of Orange City, where we agreed that basically we'd do a prorated share of the net external vested trips based on what's left over if any development occurs. So, working through this, we have roughly 500 acres out there that is in the county's jurisdiction. Portions of it are within the water and sewer service area of Orange City. If nothing develops and all of that area annexes into Orange City, they would get a prorated share of the amount of the vested trips based on the acreage. If something develops either in Orange City or in the portion that's in Volusia County service area, those trips would be allocated there, and whatever's left over would be split amongst the other areas. The city has agreed to that. We've agreed to it. I know that one of the property owners that are impacted by this had some concerns with the language that was sent out because it did not reference that specific term of net external trips and making sure that there was accountability for those developed portions. I will let Mr. Ford come up and speak about those issues. He identified those concerns to Jamie and I yesterday, so we were able to work through. We believe that he has come up with a solution that is acceptable to the county, to Orange City, and to the property owners. So in sum, we had an effort that started actually with the original comp plan, was realized in 2003 with the DRI. Unfortunately, the economic recession that hit in 2008 created a problem. We're now looking at a way of trying to still maintain those entitlements, still go forward with the development, but do so in a manner that is generally consistent with changes to 163 of Florida statutes and still protect the vested rights of those property owners. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. And again, I cannot stress that we do need to kind of go in order of adoption, 16, 17, 18, 15.
Okay, I'm assuming then that we're doing the public comment on item 16 at this point. Mr. Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, Alex Ford, 145 East Rich Avenue, representing the Ford family and associated entities. As Clay mentioned, and I apologize for not getting this to you earlier. I took a little vacation and got a little bit behind in my work and just got to it last night. So I appreciate staff's flexibility and working with me on this. Basically, as Clay mentioned, I had actually two clarifications. Can I pass these out?
You'll have to pass them.
So two clarifications. One is, in several places it referred to maybe external trips or vested trips or daily trips, and I wanted to clarify that would be using the term net external vested daily trips. And so that, what you'll see when you get that, it's the red language is where we substitute that language just to clarify what we're talking about using the same terminology throughout. The other change is in the last line, or the last bit of red text. We changed that from saying it'd be assigned on a pro rata share based on acreage to a pro rata share to the remaining acreage. And basically what we're clarifying is that it's only the remaining acreage that's spread out through. And so that's our request. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer. If not, I'll sit down and shut up.
Mr. Patterson?
No question. I want to just make
Okay.
a motion when it's time.
I think Mr. Urban emphasized that this has been accepted by Jamie, or legal has looked at this. It fits. I think, Clay, you explained what the net external vested daily trips is the same, creates the same condition as the wording that was in there. This just maybe sums it up just a little bit easier.
We agree with it. It clarifies and identifies specifics, so therefore we agree with it. There's no
Okay.
problem. It's consistent with the original intent of what staff in Orange City had worked through.
Okay. On item 16, Mr. Patterson.
So I'll need to amend this on to,
Yes, sir. With item 16, if you find the language in front of you acceptable, please identify that you recommend approval of the ordinance with the addition of the language that Mr. Ford provided.
Let me be more specific, because staff actually provided updated information for the agenda item. So I would, the motion would be to approve with the amended language to policy SW 1.0.3 as presented by staff and Mr. Ford.
That's easy.
What she said.
so I'm going to make an approve of ordinance number 2018-03, adopting an administrative large-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the Southwest Activity Center local plan text and map with an amendment to SW 1.0.2,
Three.
SW 1.0.3, and SW 1.0.4. Oh, okay. So it's different ones on different pages. It's not all on one page, is it?
Yeah, it is. It's all under 1.0.3, the red line, the red
Okay, well,
information.
I'm seeing 2, 3, and 4, so I'm assuming that's on page 7 of this.
Well, that was part of the original, though, I believe.
Just to clarify, yes, it's only pertaining to SW 1.0.3, and that's shown on page 16-2 of the staff report. All the new
The supplemental.
supplemental.
It's supplemental to the other amended, I think, that was on there,
Right.
I believe, the way I read it. Read it, read it.
So which one, is it the whole page that I'm putting on, amending on here?
The red highlighted area is what's the change, so it's pertaining to
Yeah.
SW.
Oh, so that's different than what I have here that was handed to me.
That's what Alex wants there. So
Only the red part is what,
just to clarify, the confusion is happening because we sent out an addendum to
Yes.
address the concerns from Orange City. So that is shown.
that's part of
in-
the original, though.
And that's what I just handed.
Right.
And then to confuse things even further, we've now handed out what Mr. Ford has, so therefore there's a bit of a confusion in regards to what
Clarify.
policies are.
Okay,
He's got it.
this, Give me the language that I need, the motion to be, so I can get this right, please. Jamie?
Yes, sir. Amending, you've made the motion approving adoption of the comprehensive plan amendment,
Right.
including the staff supplemental language to policy SW 1.0.3 and the additional language presented by Mr. Ford today.
So move the approval amending with the, I can't even read my handwriting here.
Welcome to my world.
Amending this language that Jamie just said.
That was eloquent.
I'll second, yeah, somebody seems to say.
Motion seconded by Wheeler. Any further discussion
yes,
or
all.
objection to the motion?
That's item 16.
It is item 16. Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. Let's move to item 17.
Okay, any surprises here? Okay. Move approval ordinance 2018-04, establishing new zoning classification for the Southwest Activity Center local plan.
Is there a second? Second, Cusack. And any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Now then, we'll move to item 18.
Mr. Chair, I move administrative rezoning of the Southwest Activity Center local plan area from the current 8 classifications to 2 new classifications, case Z-18-017.
Motion seconded by Lowry. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We'll move to item 15.
Mr. Chair, before we do, we've taken the vote. This is tied into this, if I could, and backing up to my comment earlier on the dynamic master plan. This is all about the Southwest Activity Center. We need a Southeast Activity Center. And Mr. Manager, and Council, I've been talking about this for quite a while, not just in Southwest Volusia, but all of Volusia County. We've identified it as an immediate need, actually within Volusia County going forward. So I've spoken with staff about this and with Mr. Irvin, and what I would like to do, if possible, is to direct the manager and staff to come back to us with a
Ms.
suggestion.
Dennis, I think this is kind of out of order. Let's go ahead and finish 15. I'll give you all the time to do it later, but let's work with what we have on the in discussion. And I think everyone's agreeing that we'll agree that we need to look at something else. But let's get through this. This is the last piece of this puzzle, if you may.
Then I'll just bring it back, under council comment? Okay.
Yeah.
Good job.
Ms.
Mr.
Patterson.
Chair, move to approve abandonment of Interstate 4, State Road 472 Activity Center area development of regional impact.
Is there a second? Second, Wheeler. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and now we can go to item 20. Thank everyone for your patience in getting through this. A lot of this says, as Ms. Post pointed out this morning, a lot of this is a process of some of the administrative things that we have to take care of, housekeeping things. This doesn't look like Donna Butler, but that's okay.
Great. Good afternoon. Carmen Hall, Operations Manager for the Community Services Department. This agenda item is for the 2017-2018 ECHO grant recommendations. The ECHO Advisory Committee reviewed and found 10 applications eligible for award for a total of $2.3 million. However, there is one condition, that is for the City of DeBary Gateway Park, application 1801. They needed to have the state renew their lease or extend it. At this time, that condition has been met. There's also a second concern. It's a clean hands issue. Project number 1807, City of Ormond, the Sports Complex Lighting Project. It had a clean hands issue. Basically, ECHO guidelines state that if any applicant owes the county money, they are not eligible. So at this time, staff recommends approval of 9 applications, 1801 through 1806 and 1809 through 1811, for a total of approximately $1.9 million.
Okay, I do have two people who wish to speak to this issue. George Shanahan, City Manager, City of Ormond Beach, and Randy Hayes, City Attorney for the City of Ormond Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and County Council members. I'm Joyce Shanahan. I'm the City Manager for the City of Ormond Beach, and we do take issue with the denial of this particular grant. As you know, our grant is to install environmentally LED lighting at the sports complex for 1 ball field and 3 soccer fields. The ECHO grant is to provide financing for the acquisition, restoration, construction of facilities to be used for environmental, cultural, historical, or other recreational purposes. The city's grant is for $400,000. Our match is $550,000 for a total of $950,000. The city received a score of 93.6, which was the second highest score, and the ECHO committee reviewed it and recommended approval. The ECHO guidelines emphasize that the county council is the final arbiter of who receives the ECHO grants. Further, the guide indicates that there are three parties that can be eligible for grants: Volusia County, municipalities in Volusia County, and nonprofits in Volusia County. The Clean Hands Doctrine doesn't apply. Essentially, it says, the Clean Hands Doctrine says you cannot owe any money to the county or have any outstanding violations. The county council cannot, they're constitutionally immune from paying property taxes for property that it owns. Municipal governments, if they're using the property for a public purpose, they're exempt from paying taxes. There are 2 exceptions. One, if they're using public property for proprietary purpose, and another if it's leased to a private entity who's using it for a non-exempt purpose. And in such instance, the leasee leasehold interest is taxed, not the city. So generally, the Clean Hands Doctrine doesn't apply to municipalities because constitutionally we're exempt from taxes when they're used for public purpose. With regard to nonprofits, that's really where I think the Clean Hands article comes in, because there's a compelling public interest to ensure that public funds are used to improve private property that serves a public purpose and to ensure that there are no liens or foreclosures on that property for which you have provided public funds to improve. The staff contends that we owe $135,000 for taxes for the address at 730 Airport Road. This property has been leased to a private operator for a public golf course for 27 years. The lessee's operation of the public golf course has been tax exempt since 1994. In 2013, the property appraiser changed the tax status. The city received no notice about that. If the taxes have been lawfully assessed by the property appraiser against the leasehold interest, they are not owed by the city, rather they are owed by the lessee. It's important to note that ECHO grant funds be used for improvements on property that the city's is the sports complex, not the Airport Road property. So what we're contending is we're not personally responsible for those taxes of a lessee. And our city attorney will speak further to the legal issues on that matter.
Thank you, Ms. Shanahan. Mr. Hayes.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I think we agree it's all about fairness and equity and clean hands. The city doesn't owe the county any taxes. We come before you today with clean hands. We do think clean hands is an issue, but not by Ormond Beach. To understand where we are at today, you kind of have to go back into history and follow the tortured path regarding the tax-exempt status of the property in question, which frankly isn't even related to the property in question to where the ECHO funds are going to be used. Those funds, by the way, are going to be used for youth sports enhancement. So, you know, we should all be working with each other as opposed to fighting with each other. But it seems like every time we come here, there's an issue that we just can't seem to resolve at a staff level. And that's fine. I'm somewhat philosophical about it because that's just what history dictates. But the underlying issue for this council goes beyond your decision on the ECHO grant today. Here's the real question. The real question is this, and that is any time a lessee of public property fails to pay taxes that are allegedly due, and we don't concede in this instance that they're due, then according to your staff's position, you can collect that tax from the city's taxpayers. Now think about that. Think about all of the governmental proprietary leases in Volusia County. Now we have one, it's a public property use. I know Daytona's got a bunch, Port Orange probably has some. Now, if those lessees of that property don't pay their taxes, under the staff's recommendation, which is the basis for the recommendation of the denial of the ECHO grant today, the county staff's position is you can collect those delinquent taxes that the lessee owes from the taxpayers. Think about that. It's insulting. It's repugnant. It's just plain wrong. Now, understand where we're at today, we've got to go back and look at the history. This golf course was open to public play in approximately 1991 under the leasehold interest was owned by the Eddy brothers, and they operated, excuse me, under Riverbend Investment Group, Inc. They operated that public golf course for approximately 14 years. In 2005, they sold their leasehold interest to an individual by the name of Mr. Harold Lehman. He assigned the original lease to Mr. Lehman. It's the same lease, same use, same terms. Nothing changed. And that's an important key. In 1994, the city of Ormond Beach and the lessee filed a lawsuit against Volusia County regarding the tax-exempt status of the use of the golf course. That litigation concluded in 1997 by a stipulated agreement of the parties in which everybody agreed that the use of the golf course satisfied a public purpose and was therefore tax-exempt. The tax-exempt status was made retroactive to 1994. In fact, the county refunded to the lessee taxes it had paid, which amounted to about a little over $50,000 at the time. From 1994 until approximately 2012, no taxes were ever assessed, none at all. 2005, the Eddies assigned their leasehold interest to Mr. Lehman. Under Mr. Lehman's operation of the golf course, same lease, same use, same terms. He operated under a corporate entity by the name of Riverbend Management Group of Florida, Inc. Only thing that changed was the name of the lessee. Everything else remained the same. The tax-exempt status continued under Lehman's operation until the year 2012. In 2012, something happened. The notes on the property appraiser's official website indicate that the tax exemption was removed because there was a new lessee. That's not a disqualifying event. Under the statute, and this is 196.199, subparagraph 5, when an exemption is a result of a judicial process, it continues in perpetuity unless and until the use has changed. The use never changed. It's the same use today as it was 27 years ago, whatever it is now. It's the same use. But that was the official purpose for removing the exemption. There was no prior notice that we can, there's no evidence of any prior notice that the exemption was going to be stripped. No notice to the city. As far as we know, no notice to the lessee. The city didn't become aware that taxes were owed until it filed the ECHO grant application in the fall of 2017. We thought, sure, fine. You know, we'll engage some discussion with county staff and we'll get the issue resolved. It should be easy enough to do that, right? Two issues, existence of the tax exemption and who owes the taxes. Struck out on both of those issues, unfortunately. and that's why we're here today. Now, during our recent discussions on the tax exemption, we shared with your staff a copy of the 1997 final judgment. We thought, okay, fine, that's good, issues resolved. So they took it, they looked at it, they came back and they said, well, no, there's a case, a 2001 case, that invalidated a section of the statute upon which that judgment was entered. And that judgment basically was a joint stipulation, an agreement, a contract between the three parties, which was then incorporated as part of the final judgment. It was a contract binding on three parties. So when the staff comes back and says, okay, fine, we've got this case, invalidates a portion of the statute on which this judgment was entered, the inference is, okay, well, it wouldn't have really mattered anyway, because that 2001 case would have invalidated the 1997 judgment. It doesn't really work that way. When you go back and you look at the 2001 case, it's the Sebring Authority case. What it says is this: legislature described in a statute certain uses that were deemed to be exempt as public uses. And the court said in that case that the legislature exceeded its authority. It cannot describe by statute which uses are going to be exempt. It has to be done by the parties. Basically, when you file an application for tax exemption, there's a process for that. And if there's an issue, then it can be litigated, and ultimately the courts can determine that. Well, that's what happened here, right? Because the parties entered into a contract, a joint stipulation, that was incorporated into the final judgment. So arguably, I think that there's a question, I think, today regarding the validity of that judgment. Now, that's not an issue for the city, because that's really an issue for the lessee. Here's why it's an issue for the city. Because the staff has taken a position that taxes owed by a lessee are collectible from the city. Think about that. Think about that. Nothing clean about that. Nothing. Like I said, the use of the property, it's the same use today as it was when the assignment was done in 2005, as it was when the Eddies opened the course for play in 1991. Nothing has changed, except that the property is no longer exempt. Shame on the lessee for not letting anybody know that he was being, or it was being billed for taxes, because we certainly didn't know. No trim notices, no tax bills, no nothing was ever sent to the city. All sent to the lessee. We had no opportunity to cure, to discuss with staff, modify the agreement, nothing. And so now your staff wants to collect $135,000 from the city for a tax that is allegedly due by a lessee of public property. Well, actually what they're saying is, they haven't actually said we're going to collect it now. What they're saying is the dishonesty of the lessee in not paying the taxes is being imputed to the city, and therefore we recommend denial of the ECHO grant. That's really what they're saying, right? Guess what? They found another case, a 2015 case, Grove Key Marina, Florida Supreme Court case. What's notable about that case is not what it says, but the issues that it does not address. Now, I've got to say, this whole tax law stuff, it's very complicated. I'm pretty good as a government lawyer grunt, as is Mr. Eckert, Jamie Seaman, Mr. Bartlett, I know very well. And we can look at a case, we can look at it facially, we can understand, we think we know what it means. But on stuff like this, you've got to get down into the belly. In this case, probably about 40 years worth to really, truly understand what tax law is and its relationship to municipalities, the exemption status, the immunity status, the collectability status. We're not that people, but we've got an expert that is. So we're relying on his opinion for a lot of this stuff, and he's litigated a lot of this stuff. Now, his position on the Grove Key case is that it is an inaccurate statement of law because it doesn't fully address the statutory and regulatory scheme for collecting taxes. The statutes and the rule from the Department of Revenue plainly and clearly say that when there is a lease of public property, that the taxes are to be assessed and collected by and from the lessee of the public property. So your staff position, even though they're hanging their hat on the Grove Key Marina case, is not consistent with the statutory scheme. So there's some issues there that are going to have to be clarified one way or the other. Part of the problem with the Grove Key case is the statutory scheme for collecting and assessing the taxes, they weren't truly at issue. And that case is distinguishable from the Riverbend situation. In the Grove Key case, taxes were assessed directly against the municipality's property. Not so here. They were assessed against the lessee's leasehold interest. The city never received a tax bill, never received a trim notice, never received anything. So that case is not good and accurate law as it relates to the Riverbend situation. So our recommendation to you today would be to approve the ECHO grant. The funds are going to be used not on the golf course, but on a separate sports complex that's going to benefit our youth. The bigger question for this council is, what message do you want to send to the taxpayers? When there's a lease of public property and that lessee does not pay its taxes, are you going to come knocking on their door for payment? Because that's your staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Ms. Post.
Wait,
Randy.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Randy Hayes.
Hayes?
I get called a lot of things, it's okay.
Mr. Hayes, you said you were not notified of the 2013 property appraiser tax exempt status.
That's correct.
When were you notified?
The first we were aware that taxes were owed was in October or November of 2017 when we filed the application for the ECHO grant. We found some email dialogue from 2015 between somebody in, I don't know if it's the property appraiser's office or the revenue department, and our airport manager regarding the new lease. But that was already 2 years after the exemption had been removed. So we had no prior notice.
Okay. And what's been done to talk to Riverbend about, on your side, about the taxes that are owed?
They've been put on notice. There's a real possibility this will put them out of business. Now, I don't know that, but it's a possibility. I mean, obviously, they've not paid taxes since 2013. I don't know that they can afford that.
Okay. And then what's been done to address the tax exemption removal with the property appraiser's office?
Well, we've had some discussions between city staff, the property appraiser, and the county attorney's office. No surprise, we haven't come to an agreement on the status of that.
I'm wondering why the property appraiser, why Larry isn't here for this.
Well, he's the value guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, but he's the first step.
He's the first
and
step.
He's the one that does
Yeah.
he's the one that gave this to you guys.
I tell you, they're all hanging their hat
Appreciated.
on the Grove Key Marina case.
Uh-huh.
But it's not a good underpinning for any legal authority. It's hanging out there. Got to give them credit. They came up, rather than trying to find a solution, they came up with another reason to dig in. So that's what we have to deal with. And that's fine. If that's where everybody wants to be, we know which pathway we have to go. That's okay too.
So then, Dan, I'm curious as to the county's position then, just for the record, on this.
Well, our position is that the city owes the taxes.
There you go.
All right.
You mean the taxpayers?
Is that it?
Yes.
I look at it a little bit different. I look at it in the scope of what we're dealing with, and what we're dealing with is that they're being denied an ECHO grant on a property not related to it, a piece of property, and a discussion of whether or not the city owes taxes for a private company. To me, and there again, I play lawyer, Randy knows I played it for about 15 or 16 years, and we had our discussions. Usually he won. Occasionally I would sneak one in, but very rarely. But it seemed like to me if a city was responsible for a publicly operated, a business operated for the public, would then be being subsidized by the residents of Ormond Beach, subsidizing that private company. If the city was liable for the taxes on property that wasn't paid, the taxes weren't paid on leasehold. I don't see how, and that's just me, and I've had this discussion with Mr. Eckert and also Mr. Deneen. That part, I think, is going to be settled in the court. In the meantime, the value that is going to be received by the youth in the sports organization, which won't occur for probably the next 12 to 16 or 18 months. There's ample money in the ECHO fund. The project received just a few points from being the highest ranked project. I think they were at 93 or 95, the other one was at 96 or 97. So you have a project receiving very, very high marks, and were it not for one vote on there, would have received the highest when you look at the votes on that of where they were ranked. So should we penalize one project because of a question of whether or not money is owed on another piece of property when the funds are there? And likely the funds won't be dispersed, like I said, until the project's completed, right? I believe that's correct.
That's my understanding.
It's on a reimbursement. So the city would expend the funds, and in the next 12 to 16 months, assuming that takes that long to get a project done. I would like council to look at it, and not just because I'm from Ormond Beach. I think this goes back to a question of apples and oranges, bananas and pears, because of the way it is. So, Ms. Wheeler.
Fundamentally, it's about fairness and equity and doing what's right.
I have to tend to agree with you, Mr. Chair. I think this is one of those things that kind of falls in the line of right and wrong. And this is for a project that's not even within that realm that we're speaking of for the taxes. And I'd like to see that settled somewhere else. But this is a very good project, and we all saw that it was rated way up there. You know, I would like to make a motion that we approve all of the ones that have been brought before us, as well as the Ormond Beach project.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Wheeler. Additional discussion.
Seconded by Post.
I'm sorry.
Made by
Made by Wheeler, second by Post. Let me make that correction. I was looking at her name when I was listening. Listening and saying are two different things. Any further discussion by council?
Yeah.
Ms. Dennis?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we go any further in this, we've got a motion and a second on the floor. I'd really like our legal staff to enter this discussion, because we're hearing quite a bit. So how did this determination come about then? I mean, obviously, there's a legal threshold here, and Mr. Eckert, do you want to take this one? Or Jamie, it's your call.
Well, the property appraiser put the property under roll, in my view, correctly. We think that the statute, the Grove Key case, let me just put it this way. The city is a taxpayer. City property is immune from taxation unless it's, so long as it's put to a municipal purpose. The case law indicates clearly that the rental of this property to, a leasehold of this property to the private property owner makes it not used for a municipal purpose. The city's position is that though it has not collected the taxes from its leaseholder, that the county is only apparently responsible, the tax collector can only collect it from the leasehold, the lessee. That we don't believe that's a correct statement of the law. So the city owes the money. It should be paid. The city would receive approximately 20% of it back, since the taxes they're about 20% of the taxes on this property. It's not just the county that's not receiving the money, it's the other taxing entities, and we can't waive that on their behalf. So now it's within the council's prerogative to waive that for this purpose, but that's not going to settle the issue because the city refuses to pay the taxes. So that's where we stand. And I think the property appraiser's reviewed it. He thinks it's rightfully on the tax roll. I agree with him. And we think that the city properly owes the taxes. So that's where we.
Let me ask you a quick question, Mr. Dennis. If the project is approved and the courts determine that you are in fact correct, then the money would be paid by the city.
Well,
If,
I don't know how.
pardon?
I don't know what would make that occur.
Well, I think we have an issue of whether or not it could wind up. You and Larry and Randy are not going. I mean, I don't think the city of Ormond Beach is going to say they owe it, and I think it would wind up in a court situation. And if it's settled, if they say they're not going to pay it, it's going to have to wind up in a court situation. And to penalize a applicant for a project on money that could or could not be paid in the future, because if they wind up, the courts say that they are not liable, and we've penalized them and not allowed the project to go forward, then shame on us.
Well,
If we withhold, if we allow them to go forward, and the courts determine that they owe the money, then everybody is whole, right? Because if they lose their appeal or however solution they take going to court, because they will go to court, I think that's probably pretty obvious. They feel it happens all the time. I mean, you three lawyers all know that, and you all know that you win some, you lose some, and some get rained out, and some get settled out of court. But so what I'm saying is, if it goes to court and we, the county, win, and they have to pay, then, and we've already granted them the ECHO funds, everybody wins.
well,
If the courts say, no, they had tax exempt status, they do not owe the money, and you still have granted them that right, we still all win.
well, I haven't seen their complaint, but I think the tax exempt status has become settled for the prior years. And what I think is happening is that the city, which I don't mean to, I don't know what the city intends to do, but I think that if they grant you the exemption, they will take the position that the taxes are not owed, and it'll become the county that's suing the tax county as a tax collector suing the city for collection of taxes.
I'm not for forgiving taxes. You know, I'm not taking that position, and that's not my
Well, the
case
city's not
here.
proposing to pay the taxes and
Right.
have it settled, at least not so far as I've heard.
No, because their position is, from what I understand from the city manager and the city attorney, is that they don't owe it.
Correct.
And, Ms. Dennis, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's a good thought process. So my question is, I'm trying to get the flow chart right. If I'm an owner and I rent my property, the tenant pays me rent, but I pay the taxes, correct?
Correct.
Isn't that correct? And so the difference between that and this is, if they're the owner of the property, and they're renting the property out, it's not the property renter that's responsible for taxes, it's the owner of the property. I mean, is that not true?
Ms. Denise, let me jump in for a second, okay, as tax collector, because everybody forgets that's how the charter works.
So I think here's where we're going, this sort of going off track. All you're really looking at today, because as tax collector, I've talked to Mr. Bartlett, I think the tax is owed. You're going to have a difference of opinion. We're going to go to court over it probably. All you're looking at is my staff, by your rules, is not to allow to award this based on the fact that we believe they owe the taxes. So that's the rule. We don't have a choice. So all you're being asked today is, do you want to make an exception based on this case to allow them to move forward? That's really the issue today, is do you want to make an exception to your rule to allow this one to move forward while we may end up going to court? But as tax collector, I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen anything that persuaded me that Randy is right. I do believe that we'll end up in court. I do believe they owe the taxes. I do believe that they are responsible. I do believe that they were contacted, and I can prove that. But the fact of the matter, that's for a different day in court. This is only one thing. My staff does not have the authority to allow this to go through because Dan's office believes, Mr. Bartlett's office believes, and I as tax collector believe that they owe the taxes. Now, that being said, all you have to say is if you want to make this an exception based on everything you said, that's up to you, and we'll just let it through. We don't have that authority unless only you can make an exception to your rule. So that's really all that's in play here today. This other issue is not going to get solved here. This will get solved in a court. But you got to decide whether you want to make an exception to the clean hands, and you may find in this case you're fine with making an exception because this is unusual. This is not the normal that we see with a nonprofit. So if you want to make an exception, all you'd be doing is freeing our staff to let it come forward.
Well, and to that point, if this was a nonprofit, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. It would have failed. We wouldn't even be at this stage.
Correct.
If I could make the observation, you haven't had the issue with ECHO grants with any other municipality. And others have leased whole property.
Mr. Chairman, can I make one clarification for Ms. Denny?
We have, sure, but we have 2 or 3 others that would have questions. Dr. Lowry?
I just want to say briefly, I think we need to be careful of making decisions based on what might happen in the future and what might go down there. We have a staff who's given us a strong suggestion. We have a legal department that's given us that, and I don't see any need to go any other direction but to follow their lead on that. I don't have any justification in my mind to make exception, because then we'll be making rulings on all kinds of ECHO grants and all kinds of other issues, because there's more rules in the ECHO grant than just this one. And that's my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with that statement simply because the rules are there for a reason. And if we would have this particular grant to go forward, which clearly says that if you are in debt to the county, taxes on the county, you cannot be granted an ECHO grant. That's pretty clear to me. Now, if we want to vary from that and grant this exception, then we are setting a precedent as to where we would go in the future with this. And it's clear. And I think that if the rules are there, we ought to follow the rule and the lay of the land. So I would not be in favor of that motion simply because it varies from
Mr. Hayes.
the rules.
Yes, sir. For clarification purposes, there is a difference and a distinction between a public property owner and a private property owner. Right. The situation Ms. Denny's described, yes, absolutely. The private property owner would be responsible for the taxes of its tenant. Public property owners are different. Under our big scheme, counties are political subdivisions of the state of Florida. The state of Florida and counties are immune from having to pay taxes on property they own. Municipalities are a little bit different. Their property is exempt by Constitution from the assessment of taxes if it's used for governmental or a public purpose. And you get into some different scenarios where it may be a proprietary purpose, public proprietary, and then you get into the question of whether it's taxable or not. But the city is not a taxpayer. That's another distinction. And we're not going to settle that issue here today. All we're asking you to do.
With all due respect, I understand the flow chart of government. I don't need a primer in that, with all due respect. However, if you have an entity that has a city that has a for-profit entity, there's the crossover. This isn't a city that has a nonprofit entity. This is a for-profit entity. And I think that's what the distinguishing thing is. Mr. Chair, would it be proper to ask Mr. Bartlett to weigh in?
It would, he's here, you certainly can let him weigh in.
Can we ask him to
Sure.
do that? Mr. Bartlett, please.
I have a feeling he was listening online and
He
thinking
came
he
on.
might be called, and he made the drive over, or the ride over, the walk over, as
The
the
walk
case
up.
may be, the walk up.
Right. So, what can I help this council with?
You're like Samson right now. You're going to have to divide this baby here. So help us navigate this issue.
Well, when I looked at this, I read the case law, and I think the case law is pretty clear that when you have a municipality leasing its land to a for-profit entity,
That's tax exempt, sorry. Well, I'm sorry.
the
They were tax exempt for 20 years. Go ahead.
the for-profit entity, according to the lease with Ormond Beach, pays the taxes. Now, if they don't pay the taxes, then the property owner, in this case the city, is liable for the taxes.
Is there case law that other than maybe one, is there case law where a property owned by a municipality leased to someone for public purpose defaulted in taxes or didn't pay taxes, and the city or municipality paid them? The answer is no.
I don't know of one off the top of my head, but
There's not one.
you know,
Let me jump in.
Which is not, that's not important as far as,
The issue is, like I said, this is only about whether you want to make an exception to this case. You may have reasons. I will tell you, and let's make sure we clarify this, because I have other responsibilities. There are lots of other issues where other cities in this region have done this, where they lease public property to private enterprise. So this is not a small thing. That's why we want to go to court. This is a larger issue than that. Daytona Beach, for example, has a number of these. And the land, we've also had an issue with the land. So this issue will probably end up in court. It's really whether you want to make if you believe that this is so unique, you want to make an exception, then please do so, and we can move ahead. But the fact of the matter is this has to go to court because we believe it's a lot bigger. I've talked to Mr. Bartlett about it. I think it's a lot bigger issue than that. And I do believe that cities are responsible if they lease property to someone for private enterprise. You know, I really do believe they're responsible for the taxes.
Okay, so we're crossing over here, and number one, it's a good project. That's not in doubt. Right. It's a good project. It's scored highly. Right. Number two, this council has the right to be the council, separate from our advisory boards and what's policy. We've done it. We've done it before. We will adjust, and we will make adjustments going forward on policy, which is our fiduciary responsibility. This other issue legally, Mr. Bartlett, God bless you, go forward, get the taxes. You do that very well. I have complete faith in you. And by the way, other than property appraiser, I think you're an attorney too, aren't you?
in a prior life.
Back in the day. So with that, we're going to let, it's my opinion, we've got the money in ECHO. We have more than enough money in ECHO. I am willing, council members, I think it would be the prudent thing to do just on goodwill alone and the ECHO program and a good project to make an exception with a clear statement that taxes are owed. But our attorneys, Mr. Eckert, again, this is your job security and the rest of what you do. So council, that's where I'm going to go with it. I'm going to support this as an ECHO grant based on those reasons, not saying if taxes are due or they're not. I'll let the legalese follow out. Plus, I don't think we have to worry too much because this is going to sunset itself in 2020. so we don't have that many more years to deal with this. But this is setting a precedent that I don't like. I don't like. And if it had been a smaller municipality, maybe somebody that couldn't have hired as strong of an attorney, this exception wouldn't be made either. So, all those things, I'm gonna support that, Mr. Bartlett.
Ms. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What would happen then if we would have it on contingent of the latter passing? Like after the court case has been heard and they've made a decision if they owe the money and the money is paid, then at that time the grant can be issued?
No, what I think she's suggesting is you make the exception, they get the grant now, and then it's sort of no harm, no foul. And if they go forward, the court will decide whether they're responsible for the taxes or not.
Right.
And just to clarify for the record, Mr. Bartlett assesses the taxes. My office is actually in charge of collecting the taxes. So you gotta understand, I have a different responsibility. You're putting me in one.
Stand now where you-
So the bottom line is, if you want to make an exception and you decide that in this case, because it's unique, it's a city, there's a difference of opinion, my staff can't make that exception, you can. But there's no harm, no foul in that sense if we move forward, because we'll end up, if we go to court, the court's going to decide who's right. I just think there's implications.
The granting of the grant,
Mhm.
can it be contingent on what happens in the court?
The problem with that is we're talking quite a distance in the future. This probably won't go to court till next year, so in 19. So I think that they want an answer now, so I think they would think that that's too far out in the future if you make it contingent.
I thought it was after the fact, it would be paid.
No, I think that they're planning
Can
on
always
actually
call for the
exercising the money and their money earlier than that.
I'm going to call for the motion.
Motion
I-
made.
I-
With the
Once I release the
She's
floor.
not finished.
Once I
Sorry.
release the
She's
floor.
still
I'm
talking.
sorry. I thought you were finished there.
No.
While she has the floor, you can't take it away.
So you're saying that it would be too long for
Yes.
us for the, before the
I think this could take quite a while, and so I think that in that case, it would be farther enough in the future that would not satisfy their issue. If I thought it was going to be quick, it'd be different, but I don't see this going to court, Joyce, until maybe the latter part of 19, and so there,
You know,
I think they
lawyers-
want an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
That, when I thank him, that means I'm releasing
Okay,
the floor.
sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if there's no more discussion, will you call the vote, please? This is not to call the vote to call the vote. This is to call the vote to vote. Vote.
Ms. Denny's? Dr. Lowry?
What are we voting on at this
We're
moment?
voting on the issue on the floor.
No, we're voting on whether to close
Whether to close
this
discussion or not?
discussion.
Okay,
I'll say yes to close debate.
okay.
Mr. Patterson?
Yes.
Ms. Post? Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
And Mr. Kelly?
Yes. Now call the question, please. The motion was made, to approve all of the,
All of
All of the-
stated, and a special exception
right,
to Ormond Beach due to the circumstances of the.
Not a special, it's not a special.
Not a special exception.
Not a special
All or no-
exception.
it's not-
Okay.
approving all of them.
All of the ones that were included, including Ormond Beach.
Right, and that was seconded by Post. Okay, now then, I know we normally do, any objections? How about this?
I think there were. Do we?
I like to just call the roll vote, please.
Ms. Denny's?
Yes.
Dr. Lowry?
No.
Mr. Patterson?
No.
Ms. Post?
Yes.
Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack? Mr. Kelly?
Yes. The motion passes 5-2. We've had to work today for our large salaries that we make.
Tough being a leader sometimes.
And now we get to 10-minute recess. Be back at 3:05. T minus 1 minute. T minus 1 minute. Council, it is 3:05. It is 3:05.
Sir, do you need anything to go upstairs?
I just need these to go over.
Oh, I,
to somebody.
okay.
Take these to her and they get them off my desk. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It is 3:05, just past 3:06. We will reconvene the county council meeting. This time we'll move to item 21. Mr. Deneen, I believe you have a discussion item on the...
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This issue on the West Side Mosquito Control District discussion and direction is just that. The council had asked us previously to make sure we put something on the agenda so you could discuss what the implications are of an expansion of the mosquito control district that we have in the east. So we thought the best way to do would be to come forward, give you a little overview of what we do, and then how that would apply. I think one thing that will be clear as we go through this discussion is that the MSD is somewhat treated differently than the east side, the west side cities, and the issue tends to be more focused on the cities, as I think as John said, where the mosquito impacts the man or the woman. That's where it really matters. So that'll come out. The other thing was, just so I get this on the record, and I've tried to say this was just a discussion. And then you've got to tell us what direction you want to go in. I think sometimes when we put discussion items up here, people think that you're going to make some big decision to do something, and sometimes it's just direction to us for the future. And that's how we saw this discussion today.
In fact, if we don't have it, we should have it, that items listed as for discussions will not be voted on. It should be part of our protocol, or I think it is.
It is. When you say discussion, people need to assume, because they might want to be here.
Right.
Discussion means you could give us direction, but you tend not to vote rules in or laws in or changes or taxes or anything like that.
Just so that the public understands that, so that
Like impact fees. Oh, yeah. Discuss.
Good afternoon, Council. John and Julie, Public Works Director. Jim pretty well set this discussion up. It is a discussion based on some direction that the Council provided in March to bring an item back to present, what a West Side Mosquito Control District, potential district could consist of. And before I start, let me introduce Sue Bartlett. She's our interim mosquito control director. If you all recall, Jim went off to, where did he go? Cayman Islands, so he might be listening on the web right now because he was instrumental. We actually been discussing a West Side a mosquito control district for a little while, not necessarily in anticipation of one, but just something that comes up every once in a while. We just wanted to fine tune our points if this thing does come forward. So he's going to be here to answer technical questions that are beyond my capability. So if I can begin here. We'll start with just a little overview of the East Volusia Mosquito Control District. As you can see the map there, we've kind of color-coded this map in terms of population centers. So you can see along the coastal barrier area where our population, majority of our population exists. Some of the key points with this district in relation to what you'll be seeing as a potential district on the west side is the square miles. It's 530 square miles, a district consisting of 50,000 acres of salt marsh. Another important point that will, as a point of reference in the future, will be the taxable value. You're talking about $22.5 billion of a taxable value there, and when you assess it at the established mills right now, it produces around that $4.4 million mark. Now that number fluctuates. There's people that pay early, some people go delinquent, so it's not this number may not match exactly what's in your budget books, but it's basically 96% of what that $22.5 billion would bring in. Again, mosquitoes, a big difference here again is the salt marsh. We've got a lot of 50,000 acres of salt marsh mosquitoes. Some of the stuff that I do retain in listening to my division directors is that the salt marsh mosquito is one that can travel up to 20 miles. So believe it or not, the mosquitoes in Brevard County can come over into Volusia County and can pester our residents on our side of the border, which is often the case. The type of services we provide, we call it an integrated pest management services model. It's on the east side, it's very proactive, meaning that we have established surveillance sites. We have a lot of history, obviously, on the east side. We know where the breeding areas are. Those areas are targeted in terms of monitoring the mosquito populations. The surveillance network also includes our residents. Our residents are very quick to call our line and have a customer service inquiry about, Oak Hill. We have mosquitoes. There's typically salt marsh mosquitoes blossoming and coming on shore. Another interesting thing about mosquitoes is that there are night flying mosquitoes that carry the vectors, and then there's the daytime mosquitoes, the domestic mosquitoes that you've heard carrying the Zika virus, the albopicti and the aegypti. Again, a few words that you learn through time. And those things are interesting that they can live in graveyards. Believe it or not, we had cases in Ormond Beach where cemetery, took some convincing for us to go in there and treat the vegetables that hold the flowers. They breed in those flower pots, just as you would breed in the backyards and in cans that are collecting water and flower pots and things of that nature. So our guys and gals are out there constantly, educating the public about some of these species and what can be done. The best approach that perhaps the most effective approach is catch them while they're young, while they're still, in the water in the larval state. We can treat those things. We use, a biological method called the fish or the ambrosia, the mosquito minnow, if you will. Very effective at controlling it without pesticides or chemicals. Source reduction at the site when they're young is better, but when they do hatch and they are flooding the airways, if you will, we do have our ground aerial as well as fogging operations that are quite effective at that operation as well. We have an excellent asset management system. We call it Lucity. You may have heard that terminology. That system, along with our surveillance activities, allows us to constantly monitor the effectiveness of our program. The methods that we're using, are they effective at treating and ridding ourselves of the nuisance, or is the chemicals that we're using, are they effective, or do we need to change a different combination? We do provide West Side services. Another fact that may not be well publicized. It's more of a reactive than a proactive approach on the west side of the county. The limited surveillance and treatment services, they began primarily as a response to mosquito-borne viruses like West Nile and Triple E. It kind of grew as the Zika virus came into being. That then
subsequently led to a lot of our cities, coming on board as well. Give you a perspective, a single suspected case of Zika. Our crews will be notified by the health department that there is a case suspected, may not be confirmed at that time, but they will draw a perimeter around that area and they will begin treatment and knocking on doors to inform people. That's about a $25,000 average expenditure just for one case. So as those things multiply, you can see where, and those cases spread, where that expenditure can get quite large in trying to deal with the Zika itself. We are quite lucky. The state provided some funding when we had the initial outbreaks of Zika that we were able to tap into to get some of those costs covered. Again, being very attuned to the environment, being connected with our regulatory bodies, working with the health department to get a hold of some of that money and use it to our advantage. We have contracts with cities. Each of the cities on the west side contract with mosquito control for services. It's driven by the cities, if you will. They control their expenditures. In other words, the level of response is monitored and controlled by the cities. We don't act. If a resident calls us from the city of DeLand, we refer them to a DeLand contact. The city of DeLand contact will then inform us that please deliver the service. Our costs are reimbursed 100%. On average, we do about $21,000 worth of business, if you will, with the cities. And I think we do it quite well. I've not heard any complaints at all. The MSD funding, as Mr. Deneen was alluding to, it began with a $150,000 allocation, and again, it was there primarily for emergency response, for virus response. We do have a surveillance system out there. It's not an extensive system, so that's a little bit of the proactive aspects of our West Side services. That funding has since grown to $300,000, primarily again related to the potential of Zika and the need to react quickly in those type of cases. On average, in our MSD unincorporated area, we spend about $150,000 a year. We don't spend the complete $300,000. As I mentioned, it's predominantly there for emergency situations should an outbreak occur. The resources, many of you are familiar with the resources. We're located there at a lease facility on South Street at New Smyrna Beach Airport. We have 25 full-time employees. As you see, majority of them are licensed individuals that can handle the herbicides and larvicides that we deal with. We also utilize seasonal employees. We have 10 part-time seasonal employees. Obviously, in the summer months, when I hate to say hurricanes and rainy seasons, but they tend to start the breeding process. So we have available to us part-time employees that will come on a seasonal basis and help us in our surveillance as well as treatment programs. Resources that it takes to do that. I'm not going to go into details here. I think some of the important things here is in the materials in 2017. You can see the liquid adulticide we've applied. 1,575 gallons itself went just for Irma response, which again, was an association we had with the state. The state actually paid for that expense, which was again, having a good relationship with our state representatives up at DAX really helps us out, and we'll continue to do that. What I find interesting is the 47,000 fish that we released, the Gambusa variety. Now, potential West Side Mosquito Control District. The boundary of that is basically the western boundary of your existing east side Mosquito Control District that extend westward to the county borders. You can see the population centers there, again highlighted predominantly in the southwest section. Unique aspects of this jurisdiction, you see it's 726 square miles. That's 189 square miles larger than what is existing on the east side. It is more rural in nature. It has large areas of undeveloped conservation land. We have on the west side the St. Johns River floodplain, which versus the salt marsh. And again, a little interesting fact is that the mosquito that is in the St. Johns River and the floodplain is considerably different than that in the salt marsh. Those mosquitoes along the river basin area may fly a couple of miles compared to 20 miles. So the range of those mosquitoes is much more narrowly focused along the corridor of the river itself. When we began to look and formulate a West Side mosquito control program, we began with the idea of providing a service that is somewhat equivalent to the East Side. So many of the bullets you see on this chart is similar to what you see on the East Side chart. But when we started looking at the geography, we noticed that, again, as I mentioned, there's vast areas of rural, undeveloped sections in the central as well as the northern section of the West Side area. So we began to tailor that approach. Our model is more oriented towards the population centers, as Mr. Deneen mentioned earlier. It's just where the folks live. So we looked at a tailored approach at providing service to the West Side area by limiting our surveillance to the population centers. We're more proactive in those areas versus more reactive in the rural areas. It's not to say that we wouldn't deliver services to the rural area, we would, but it would be more based on the surveillance sites that we have, the chicken coops, as well as the resident inquiries as to services. The treatment methods would be identical. We'd still emphasize larviciding in our population centers. We'd probably stretch adulticiding a little bit further into the rural areas, covers a greater amount of ground. Another important difference here is that whereas residents within cities would have to go through their city representatives to get to the mosquito control staff, with the West Side District, they would go directly to the staff. They would get a quicker response to their request for service. Another interesting thing is, again, on the east side, we have a lot of mosquito control canals that we do not have on the west side. We will still consider ponds, retention ponds, catch basins, and things of that nature that are on both sides. We would treat them similarly, but certainly a source would really deal with the mosquito population, or the fish can swim up into the canals and harvest the larvae at that stage. We just don't have that on the west side. That network does not exist on the west side. Resources are, again, quite similar, but to a scaled back level of equipment, as well as one thing that we will need to look at is a new site. Obviously, traveling from New Smyrna Beach all the way to the west side is a lot of time on the road and not delivering service. We would locate at our Road and Bridge barn site here west on State Road 44 with, again, adequate office space, covered storage. The equipment that we use, the fogging equipment, doesn't like to be sitting out in the hot sun, so we'd like to have covered storage for that. It prolongs the life of that equipment. Anticipate 9 full-time positions with some seasonal workers. Certainly the helicopters and boats and things like that, we would just utilize existing equipment, but it would be, depending upon how the district is established, all that would be billable back to whatever district is set up from a funding standpoint. This is a chart that just simply shows you what the taxable value is. I mentioned early on in the east side of the county what its taxable value is at 22.5 billion. Here the taxable value on the west side of the county is 8.5 billion. It's, again, about $13, $14 billion less than the east side. And you can see by the pie chart there that combined city contribution, if you will, for the taxable value is about 71% compared to the county's 29%. Now that taxable value is important when you take in consideration a funding stream for mosquito control on the west side, depending upon, again, council direction. Should this thing move forward, what type of millage gets established to provide the services at considerably less in terms of taxable value on the west side versus the east side. And I'll probably flip right by it. The challenges, again, determining a funding mechanism, how, if it moves forward, how do we want to fund that? And I'm going to defer those questions over to my left here. Tailoring the service, again, based on that funding, we proposed a model that we can fine-tune a little bit more. We would like to run it through our asset management system. We can fully fund it out there, add all the people and equipment, and run several iterations. We can tailor that program to fit a funding scenario. Obviously, to get something started, we're going to need startup capital, purchase equipment, recruit personnel. And we all know how difficult it is to get personnel these days. And certainly managing expectations in the first year. I mean, I think, we've had midges in Lake Monroe. It's a pest. We've tried barges out there, light barges, to attract them out. I think, that was been under contract with Sanford, City of Sanford, for quite some time. We've got it out from underneath that agreement. Now the City of Sanford does that to try to track those midges from coming on shore. It's another pest. It's something that we really don't address. And to effectively address it, it's almost impossible. And then again, as I mentioned, first year development costs, and then setting up our West Side operations, getting our surveillance points together, treatment sites, staff training, so that we can deliver the services. Concludes my discussion. Be willing to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, going back to the slide 21-5, the 300,000 MSD funding. So we're only spending 150,000 of that each year that we set aside.
On average, we've had again when Zika outbreak was more predominant, we spent more of that money. But we look back, I think it was a 5-year average, that on average we spent about 150,000, but it is there for an emergency event. There are occasionally unnamed storms, rainstorms that will come through that will cause an outbreak. That is our funding source. If we get a lot of calls as a result of that from our West Side residents, at least in the unincorporated areas, we rely on the city funding for responses to city issues.
So, which is a huge area to cover.
Yes,
on
sir.
on the west side of the county, because it's spread out so far on that. I would have loved to have seen the newspaper stories going back to about 1940 to see what the reasoning why the west side didn't want any part of the mosquito control district and the east side did. It would be interesting to see the history on that, because I could see the same thing developing here again, because I don't know how we would set this thing up, whether we'd have a referendum on it, or how would you go about doing it? But I sense that getting the cities involved in the unincorporated area and everybody paying their fair share. And it seems like right now it's not costing that much to do the job. But if we take all this into the challenge, to me the challenge is when you're, putting these resources together, you're talking a heck of an expenditure of personnel and trucks. Of course, the helicopters and boats, would use existing stuff. So it sounds like we'd just be creating a whole new bureaucracy on the west side of the county.
Here, yeah.
I kind of like what we're doing now.
Dr. Lowry.
Yeah, I'd have to echo everything that Councilman Patterson just said. I mean, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And to me, in order to move ahead on this, you mentioned that a lot of this is driven by the cities. I think the impetus, if we're going to make a change there, ought to be driven by the cities. I think the cities that are involved, if they were to take the lead on this and say, hey, we'd like to do this, or we're representing our citizens to do this. Almost 4 years I've been on this council, I think I've had 2 calls about mosquitoes. One was from Deltona, and I referred them to their commissioner. The other one, I contacted our guys and here at the county, and I think set traps out and then did some spraying. So I appreciate the presentation. I just, I kind of like Councilman Patterson. It's, seems to be working pretty good the way it is right now for us on the west side. And I really don't have a lot of complaints or a lot of people pushing an impetus to see the need for this. Thank you.
Mhm. Jim, I'm going to go to the council first. Deb?
No, I just agree with these comments too. The only questions that I have been asked on the east side is when we have these hurricanes and these events, these water events with really hot weather and mosquito activity ramps up. I don't know about you, but I do get, of course I'm on the east side, but do get a lot of calls. Then the questions that I've been receiving was, well, who's paying for it on the west side if the taxing district is on the east side of the county? But if we have these contracts with the cities and knowingly that they will be invoiced for the work that we perform there, if we have, I don't know, we have JPAs or however that works, if that's working well, then that's great. But I think it's one thing that we do need to address, because during the time when things are really intense with events, water events, and it's really hot, the east side really does expect, because they're the ones that are paying for this, the services. So that's kind of where this needed to be addressed, just for informational purposes. But I think this is good. But what about our helicopters? Do we have our? I know we had an issue with getting helicopters going, and we're good with that this season coming up.
We have a helicopter, our new NOTAR, what was no-tail rotor model. It's a much safer model when you're doing surveillance within the district.
You can't hit a tree with that.
You can't hit a tree.
ya?
You can't, yeah.
You can't hit a
True.
tree.
Yeah, cut your head off. Little things like that. But yes, we do have a helicopter. We have a second helicopter that we're looking at to refurbish. I'll just give you a sad story of that poor helicopter, because we thought we could save some money by refurbishing it. It was an older helicopter. We wanted to upgrade it, a new version, if you will, some of the latest mods. So we chose to send it away to renovation land. And what we found with salt water, as you know, with a lot of stuff like that, it creeps in behind things. So you take off a nut, you take off a cover, and all of a sudden you see more corrosion. And that led to more corrosion.
That's why I got rid of my last boat.
Okay.
Forget helicopters.
We have a lot of questions.
Thank you.
You did that. Mr. Cusack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you look at the page you're talking about existing West Side services, tell me, in the unincorporated areas, this is the service areas, there's $300,000 of MSD funding. Is that on the east side, or is that west side folk paying that?
That is west side only.
So they do pay.
For the MSD, for the unincorporated Volusia County, we've been allocated $300,000 to provide services.
It's just not a line item, I guess,
Line
right?
item, but there is some funding that we receive.
But that comes out of the MSD is what, 300,000?
300, yes. And the average spending is only 150.
It's a very limited service, as I mentioned. We have surveillance, we have traps out there, we have chicken coops that our folks will go out and monitor. So we monitor for virus in the chickens, or if there's a large number of mosquitoes that will warrant a treatment, but it's not a proactive type treatment. It's more a reactive.
And this is only, and these mosquitoes on the west side, you say travel only?
The difference being the salt marsh mosquitoes that tend to take flight from the salt marshes versus the St. Johns River has a wide floodplain. The mosquitoes that are born along that floodplain, one, they're subject to more fish interaction, but their flight patterns are much less than a salt marsh mosquito. Salt marsh can travel up to 20 miles, and please, my experts can tell me if I'm wrong, whereas a freshwater mosquito, if you will, coming off the St. John's can travel a couple of miles.
It proves one thing to me, that it's better over on the west side than the east side. The east side mosquitoes want to come over here with us. And
And we pay
our
for them
west
to
side
come.
guys stay right here. They're good, you know.
It
and I'm-
seems
I'm-
like, it seems like we are paying for them to come here. We're supporting them in that area.
Yeah,
I don't think that we need to do anything other than what we are doing.
Okay.
From
Is that your
what
comment,
I'm
Ms.
here.
Baxter? You got another one? Oh, she wasn't finished, but I mean, I was checking.
No, and going on that same thing with the east side, if they're traveling 20 miles, what percentage of those mosquitoes end up over here?
But they go west to east. They don't travel the other way. They travel with the wind. Predominantly.
To palmetto
I got some
I think they're coming
swamp I
over
wanna
here. It's
sell
better
you
over
to.
here than it is on the east.
I'm gonna ask my chickens when I get home.
Sorry, Ms.
So-
Cusack. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day, and we are exhausted from so
Lunch.
much discussion.
Yes.
But however, I think that what we have in place is working, and the complaints are limited. I don't see why we need to attach any other sources of funding to this, so I'm satisfied with the report.
I'm going
with
to
the
give my
findings.
satisfied with the report and agree with everything you said. While it's working, it's working. And beside that, if you were too efficient, you'd have to change the name of Mosquito Lagoon. So you don't want to change that name.
Thank
you. You have anything pertinent, Mr. Deneen? No. Thank you. Okay, with that, I think you received a direction. I'm
yes.
assuming that.
Can we push the nomination first?
And before we go to the item 21A, Joanne, I want to go, Ms. Post has a flight to catch for a meeting, so I'm going to ask if we can go to item 22 so she can make the nomination or appointment nomination. So item 22, Ms. Post.
Yes, so I would like to nominate James Vincent Rushing to the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority.
James Vincent,
Appoint him, I'm sorry.
I think it's nominating rotation, right? Yeah, has been nominated. Any objection to the nomination of James Vincent Rushing to the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority? Hearing none, the motion passes. Now we'll go back to 21A.
Mr. Chair, this will only take a second. This is an update. This is an important update. With the date that's been selected now is May 5th, and Joanne will explain why. This is the big thing where we're going to open the library, and
Well, let's do make this quick because she wants to be here for closing comments and she does have to leave at 4.
Okay. Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and as I mentioned earlier, we are excited to officially announce the opening of Daytona Beach Regional Library and Rachel Robinson Play Yard May 5th. We're going to celebrate both of those on the same day. The Play Yard, as you know, is named after Rachel Robinson, the wife of Jackie Robinson, the famous ball player. At the May 5th event, we will unveil a beautiful historical marker in honor of her. This family event will include children's activities, community partner information table, fun inflatables, and free hot dogs from the Tortugas baseball team, and tours of the city of Daytona Beach. They're going to coordinate a fun run walk along the Sweetheart Trail, which runs behind City Island. And so now at this time, Library Services Director Lucinda Coley will provide a brief update on the renovations inside the library, followed by Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director Tim Bailey, who will have an update on the Play Yard.
It's not going to be
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Lucinda Coley, Library Services Director.
Huh?
On September 11th, when we entered the library after Hurricane Irma, what we found was that 80% of the building had suffered water damage. The deepest area was about 8 inches, so it wasn't deep, but it was over most of the
Excuse me,
building.
I'm going to interrupt you just briefly, but if you can, because we do have a member that is going to have to leave, and we only have like 20 minutes. So if you can abbreviate your comments on this, I appreciate it, so we can get all the comments in.
Mr. Chair, you think that it's as
Or-
important too, you know, that this.
Or
we've been
she didn't have
waiting.
to make comments.
Okay, well, I was wondering if that person that has to leave could do their comments, and then we could come back to this
Yeah,
and
I could do
finish
that.
up.
Yeah.
That'd be fine with me, if it's okay with, I was,
That's important too, but let's have that member that
Understand
has
that,
to
sure.
leave go on and make their, if that's agreeable to everybody else. Because I'd like to
You
hear
have
this
comments that you need to
report and
make?
not be rushed through it.
pardon?
You want to do open discussion now?
We'll let you do your open discussion, and then you can go ahead and make sure you catch your flight.
Okay.
How about that?
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, there we go. I wasn't trying to rush you, but I was trying to accommodate two people.
I didn't think we'd have to rush it all today, but it's 4 o'clock almost. Good Lord.
You've got 20 minutes,
All right. Okay.
but you don't have to take 20 minutes.
All right. No, I wasn't ready. Okay, well, speaking of heading out of town, I'm very appreciative to represent the council and to represent FAC at the Florida Association of Counties Fly-In in DC, and so I'm headed there. My flight is at 5:15, so I'll be booking, but I appreciate that. I did want to ask if we could have some discussion. I'd actually like to make a motion to have staff look at having some sort of compilation of information on the drones use in the county. There's so many different entities, and I've talked with Rick Carl and a number of other members in the county that are responsible for various drone programs. We have Embry-Riddle that's working on drone programs. We have research stuff going on. We have emergency management is looking into drones. I think we're all aware that Sheriff Chitwood is part of a consortium of 4 sheriffs in the state that is working on drones. We have Larry Bartlett with the Property Appraiser's Office who's looking at drones, doing various things. And I think as we've seen many times in government, one of the major issues is lack of sharing of information. And it might be a good idea to get it on the ground here and start, not necessarily set up a unit or anything, but at least assign someone possibly within the airport or somewhere, not to regulate or be in charge of any of those things, but simply to hold the data on that so that we can at least be aware of who's doing what in reference to drones in the area. I think that's a big area that we need to start keeping an eye on. So I would like to, making a motion to have staff look into that, or?
I think we had a detailed report on drones not that long last year, an updated report on drones, and along with the new center at Embry-Riddle, where they have a new company, private company that's doing that. I know the city of Ormond Beach had drone makers that want to come into Ormond.
But there's no compilation of there's no one keeping that information countywide that I'm aware of, or that that anyone from the airport is aware of. So if we could do that, that would be
Is this a need
fantastic.
that's been identified?
It has been. So I've had discussion with quite a few people about this, and sharing of information is very important. And I think when it comes down to it, when we have different things happen, it's good to know who has drone capability, who's using it for what, and what they're doing. The Speedway's using it. There's lots of different uses of it in the county.
Real estate agents use it all the time. I mean, it's
Do you have to register these drones? So how would you be able to?
I don't mean citizen-wise. I just mean county-wide. Sort of as a 411 or a 211 for drone management in the area for the county-wide.
If you're asking to start another bureaucracy,
No.
I'm not interested.
I can't
So
see.
not creating a committee, not doing anything, just creating something to where, we have a
See,
person.
I'm trying to see how can how are we going to collect this data and who can keep track of all of this? Who would be, to me, it would be another layer that we would have to,
So I think it would
but
be
I need some
beneficial for
direction. I would
do
have
that.
to know more as to how you can capture, if you will, who is using the drones. And is there a registration that you have to have in order to have a drone?
So great question, great ideas, and
But see, I'm not sure that, who has the answer to those things? Somebody should know if they have to register them. I don't know.
well, not in terms of registering. I'm just saying in terms of
How can you
who's
capture who has them if you don't have to register them? You see what I'm saying? I don't know.
I'll come back to you with something written.
Okay.
Okay. I wanted to address the school board funding, and that was the biggest thing I wanted to make sure and address before I left. We received this email from Carl Persis, and I
think
wanted
Mr.
to make sure, I'm assuming we're not,
Mr. Deneen is in his closing comments is going to maybe give us an update on that.
so, but I'm just making sure we're not voting on this or doing anything like that today, correct?
Well, then.
Here's what,
then you need
let me jump in here. Here's what,
Why I'm talking.
here's
That's
what
why
I
I'm
would
asking.
suggest, is that I'm prepared to take a look at where we would get because we don't find money. We have to show where it comes from. I'm willing to do that. What I would be suggesting to the council is if you're interested, then you would give me direction to bring something forward so people would know and we would vote on it at the next meeting. So if you want to give your comments now,
That was my understanding. That's what
Okay.
so I want to just give my comments on this so that we're good. I have a history in law enforcement and certainly have my own opinions about gun control and about all this issue, and I won't delve into that, but I'll tell you nothing made me more furious than to see that the state was able to come up with $400 million out of nowhere, or out of everywhere, should I say, for this issue, when we haven't been able to come up with $400 million anywhere for our actual schools, and to do those things like have more teachers and create the relationships with the kids and have the counselors and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm a little upset that we're coming up with $400 million for this. Not to say that I'm not, certainly the safety of students is very important and certainly a number one priority. We all want our kids to be safe, but I can also say that I don't think that putting the school resource officers or a law enforcement in each school is really going to make that much of a difference. And I see it as a sort of a knee-jerk reaction and a Band-Aid. So then I'm a little verklempt even more because then we're spending all of this money on a Band-Aid that's really not going to make any impact that I see whatsoever for the reason that it is supposedly put into play.
Well, I guess
So
if that does come back to us,
So, well, let me.
we will not be voting today on spending any money if you find it.
Right, let me finish, please.
I just want to make sure.
This will resolve what you're getting at. So, spending the money on the Band-Aid fix, I'm absolutely against spending the money on a Band-Aid fix that's not going to do anything. But then, we're posed with the issue of, this is the school board coming to us saying that now they are designated by the state and they are responsible to do this action, which is to do the Band-Aid fix and stick an officer in each school, which I'm still not sure how that's going to happen because we're already short however many deputies. So I don't know where we're going to pull out another 70 deputies for this, but Okay, but now I'm posed with the decision that the school board has now been assigned this new legislation that they have to put forth. So basically, that's the state telling the school board, you now have to take all of this money away from the schools to do a Band-Aid fix that really isn't going to do anything and spend all of this money. So then we're left with the dilemma of, do we say no? And then the schools are going to be hurt even more because that's so much more money being sucked out of the schools. Or do we say yes and try and alleviate some of the hemorrhaging that is now going to be going on in the schools and taking even more away from the actual students? So I can tell you, if we do vote on this, and you do vote on this today, I'm absolutely not for giving the money for this reason, but if in fact the state is requiring this of the school board and the school board has to pay this money out, and there is no other option, and I know I've talked at length with Dan about this, if there's any other possible way of interpreting this in any way, shape, or form, then I think we need to support our schools and make sure that the kids have what they need, because we can't be taking away money from elsewhere to solve this issue. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Well, that's exactly where the state got the 400 million. They took it from other projects.
Head
that
Start
were
and
vetoed.
everywhere else. That's
Yeah,
the
so
problem. Yep.
That's
but-
exactly what, and
but for
I'm
nothing.
sure that Mr. Deneen is going to look at something, hopefully, I don't know what it is, but it's not going to be taken away from vital programs that we have to have in effect. That
gotta
he
come
won't
from
do it. I don't think we're going to let him do it.
Yeah.
And if it's just like the state wants to give more money, they just raise our share that the counties have to provide in real estate taxes.
Mhm.
They just increase our taxes and they give us more money. Well, they're not giving us any more money. They're telling us where to get it. And then we're sorry.
Well,
Don't get
I
me
had
started on
discussion
this.
with Carl, and I know he's, feels, very strongly about this, obviously, but he definitely knows where I stand, and I think it's crazy, and God bless you, Joyce and Pat, for having to deal with the state legislature for so long.
I'm glad that you were able to get your comments in now, instead of having to miss those and miss this. So, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Now that we can go on and give us, I guess you have additional.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Mr. Chair, with the chance, you have not had an opportunity to see what we did, and I don't want it to be a shock. It's a good shock to the library. And then I think you deserve to see what we did to the play area before anyone else. That's why they're going to show it to you.
We didn't have a private showing. We're getting it now.
You're getting a preliminary showing.
Oh.
Then you'll get a private one if you want. You're getting the movie version first.
Okay,
And then we
so
have Library Day
80% of the building on City Island, the library, suffered water damage. And in my almost 30 years here, that was the first time that building had ever had any water intrusion. So we began immediately with remediation and drying out the building, even before the power was restored. We brought in a company that started working to remove all of the saturated floor covering. And we also brought in a library moving company that has very large book carts. And in especially the children's area, we loaded those carts so we didn't lose that collection. If we had boxed all those items, we would have lost them to mold almost immediately. So we saved almost $2 million in collection items alone. So we had to remove 2 feet of drywall from almost every interior wall. The floor covering for the entire facility was removed. And we lost large amounts of wood furniture and shelving and all of our built-in cabinets. So those all had to be replaced. But we only lost 201 collection items. Those are the items that were in the book drop. So the work that's completed, the drywall's all been replaced, the interior's been painted. We're currently painting the exterior. We had to pressure wash and paint it. The floor covering, we're about 90% installed. The rest should be installed in the next week. The millwork is being installed. 45% of the furniture and shelving's in place. The rest is due to arrive tomorrow and be installed. And our staff returned to work at that location, most of them on Monday, to start unpacking. You know, when you start packing after a flood, it's just putting everything in a box. It's not real orderly. So there's lots of work to be done. So our cost for cleanup and recovery, it's a total of about almost 1.4 million. The cleanup was a little over 553,000, and the recovery, the replacement, 688,404. And then we had some planned capital improvement projects, and we've gone ahead and completed those. The children's room floor covering was already approved, and we had it in storage, so it was ready to be installed once we removed the flooded carpet. We renovated some restrooms that we hope will be easier to clean for us in the future, and we replaced the lighting with energy efficient lighting. So this is just a glimpse of what our children's section now looks like. It's wonderful. I'm very excited. We had a new public service desk, new floor covering, and this is the adult area. This is after we've removed all the floor covering. Some of the painting had been done. This is just a glimpse of what we're looking at now. We have a new public service desk, and we took an opportunity to combine our service desks, so we'll just have one in the adult area, and we have new floor covering. Just a glimpse of, I guess you guys can't see it?
We can't see it on
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but we can see it up there.
Okay,
We're not
sorry.
that old.
Sorry. So anyway, so we're very excited and hope to see you all soon.
Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, County Council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Can you not?
Cannot see it.
Okay.
Show it on the big screen. Show it.
Yeah, sure.
Big
So,
screen.
to go back in time a little bit, so let me just go back to December 15, 2016. County Council entered into a joint agreement with the City of Daytona Beach to construct a play yard on the land adjacent to the Daytona Beach Regional Library at City Island. The city had agreed to fund and maintain the fence, which I'll show you in a second. And then the county had agreed to fund the playground, the port and play safety surface, the security lighting, security cameras, the 2 pavilions, the sidewalk, the benches. Just recently, the city has opted to fund and maintain the shade structure, which is going to be installed next week, and I'll go through that with you. So you can move that on one. Okay. Okay. So I wanted to give you a status update. I think it's clear. Yeah.
I don't know how I can put something up there when I can't even read it.
There we go. Okay, so the status on all of the improvements, first of all, the fencing is in place. The playground, pavilions, lighting, security cameras have all been installed. The playground safety surface, you'll see in a second, we added a second logo right off the sidewalk there. The sod was installed or completed in the installation process last week. The benches will be installed next week. And then the concrete footers for the shade structure have already been installed. The anchors are being installed next week. And then once those anchors are in place, the concrete poles that hold up the shade structure will follow immediately after that. And then the canopy will be attached to those poles. And all that we're estimating will be completed by next week. The Rachel Robinson interpretive panel, which we've been working on for a little while, went to fabrication months ago. It is being delivered this week. although we'd like to delay the installation until after the shade structure is in. So the Rachel Robinson interpretive panel will be installed closer to the opening of May 5th. And that's for vandalism reasons as well. There's two panels. One's going to be on the exterior of the play yard, and then the other will be right outside the children's exit into the play
What
yard.
I think the council will see is these are all the things that you, over the year, you'd ask us to put in, this shade structure, this shade structure, the special surfacing, and then all the sod and all that. You remember now, this is going to be used not only by kids, but also by, this is the one place that families can get together, that we can, and so there'll be some, able to have some privacy, some security with their children in this area. And this will be, here's the beauty that we love about this is restricted to children or children with parents, and it's monitored directly through the library. You can't get there without going through the library and through the library staff. Show them the pictures there.
Yeah, sure. So
While you're doing that, so hopefully this is that a parent or an adult with a child will be able to access that, not just every adult that wants to go out.
No adult can go out on their own.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to
Okay.
you have to be accompanied by a child.
Adults have to be accompanied by a child.
Yes.
I can go into that. That's fine.
Okay, so what you see before you is the poured and play safety surface as well as the playground itself installed. This is prior to the shade canopy
Yeah,
installation.
that'll be all under a canopy.
Correct. Right, here's a drone shot a little ways away from the area to give you an idea of the expanse of the fencing area and the whole playground or play yard itself. What we did, though, is there used to be sod out there. There was a mixture of variety of different grasses. And so what we did was we scraped the surface so with the intention of resodding the facility. And as you see it there, that sod was completed last week. It's going to give me approximately 3 weeks, maybe a little over 3 weeks for it to grow in. It's all irrigated now, and we'll be applying some fertilizer probably next week sometime. So that gives you an idea. And then the footers for the shade structure, on the bottom of the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a concrete pad. And if you follow it up just directly north, there's another concrete pad. And then if you go to the left, a little northwest, the third, and then just south of that is the fourth. That whole area will be completely covered with a shade canopy. Okay, and that's really all I have.
Yeah, this is, I think you saw that we try to do it first class. Thank you, everybody.
Looks good.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
You know, having gone over there to the library about a week after the damage and seeing the destruction that was over there, and people have been a little critical of the county, like we're not doing this job right. We really had to do it right because there was just so much damage there.
Yes.
And I went back over there, about a month or so later, and they were just working through it. But it was like over $300,000 just to get the water out of there, just to get it out of that building. It was incredible, just incredible.
They did a great job, and I guess this part, that part was already voted on in, 3 years ago to be added.
To be added when the hurricane slowed us down, with all the damage it did. I will mention also that obviously you're all invited. Ms. Cusack is going to be part of the big ceremony when we dedicate it at 10 o'clock on the 5th, and the Tortugas are also going to be part of this whole celebration.
Okey doke. That concludes those part. We now go into the public participation. Have no one that's filled the card. We'll go now to discussions of items not on the agenda. Mr. County Manager Deneen.
Mr. Chair, I have a letter here that went to you from Mr. Bruno. And if you allow me to read it, because I think this was a really good thing. It's a very short letter.
The one that I got? No.
Yes.
Yes.
He said, it's been brought to my attention that the Disabled American Veterans Chapter 84 has been using 2 previously donated vans transport local veterans to VA hospitals in Gainesville, Orlando, and Jacksonville. These vans were donated in 2008 through the efforts of the county, cities, business owners, and community supporters. The vans have over 200,000 miles and need constant repair. They need to be replaced. The initial effort to purchase these vans in 2008 was during my tenure as chair. The vice commander of the Department of Florida Disabled Veterans, American Veterans, brought this need to my attention and requested support. Knowing our veterans made many tremendous sacrifices to help our country, the community came out with overwhelming support of this request. The need is here today to replace these 2 vans, and with 70,000 plus veterans in Volusia County, the need for transport service continues to grow. He says, I am requesting that you personally consider spearheading the effort on behalf of the veterans of Volusia County. I stand ready to assist you in this effort. If you have any questions you'd like to discuss this further, please feel free to contact me. Whereupon I talked to Frank. I obviously have a very good relationship, and I told him, I think you'd be a great spearhead, but I know which schedule you have, and he does too, with this meeting. So when he says ready to assist you, what he's saying is,
He's
if
taking the
you'll
lead.
yes, if you'll help launch this, he will do what he did before, which is if I'll work with you on maybe giving a donation like we did. But he got money from everyone to do this. What he would like is to do this again, and he thinks, and I think rightly so, that if it comes through you and you designate him to step out there, that he'll be more successful in being able to do this. It's a wonderful program.
Well, tell him I personally will give him a contribution initially
Mm-hmm.
of seed money
Mhm.
to raise other money of $100 personal. Not to say that I may not add more to that, but I think it's a great idea. I know, in fact, we have all know people who drive them to Gainesville and to places to drive the veterans, and the time that these volunteers take to take care of other veterans. Surely we can do something from a county standpoint.
As a veteran, I thank you there, Mr. Chair.
Well, so I'm going to spearhead how about the council spearhead?
I'll tell you, but I'd like to do, Mr. Chair, if you'd like,
Be
is
glad to help you out with it.
I'll also,
Chair to chair, you know?
No,
Mr. Chair, I'll also get for you, if you'd like, by next meeting, the contribution that we made, so you can see what the council did back in '08.
probably
and
more
that-
than 100. Mr. Patterson said he would love to also be a spearheaded person.
As a veteran, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think
So-
we all would.
So what I would suggest is if you maybe make a motion to put this in place and have Frank as your spokesman for you and for this council under your guidance, I think he'd love to take this on.
I just think it's a team effort for the council to do. I just don't like to take things personal. I like them to be, personally, I'll do something, but
Now, if the whole council would just appoint him this, I think, and ask him to do this, he'd like to
the
do
whole
it.
count, huh?
I will move, Mr. Chair, for approval of Frank Bruno to spearhead the fundraising for the 2 veterans bands.
Okay.
We'll send him a letter, Mr. Chair.
And
And
Ms.
you will be a
Wheeler
part
and
of
Ms.
his
Denny second,
support.
and council, any objection to that? Hearing no objection, he has been appointed by the council, and we all will help individually and collectively. How about that?
That'd be great. And, Mr. Chair, I'll save my comments for the money until it's brought back up in terms of the schools.
Okay.
Well, I think the council wants to talk about it first.
Mr. Eckert. Okay. Well, guess who gets to go next? Ms. Denny's. So we get to jump right into it.
Thank you. Be actually pretty easy, pretty quick.
Okay.
First of all, I'll go with the easy ones. First one is share with you the annual report from the Indian River Lagoon Council, of which we're members. And when you get bored and really want to read something that's very intriguing, on page, I think it's page 15, if you look at the top 5 projects, they're all from Volusia County, but there's still money on the table that we've not availed ourselves to, including the cities and some other nonprofits and organizations. I'm going to work with the executive director, Dwayne DeFries, and bring him probably to the airport, our conference room up there, and invite the cities and other organizations to learn about how to qualify for grants for the next funding cycle, to make sure Volusia avails itself to some money, including Oak Hill. If you look at some of these projects and some that got funded this year that aren't in here yet, they will be in the next annual report. I think there's some funding streams that we can connect with, and we'll do my best to get that information out to our cities and to our organizations in water. But at that meeting, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, DEP, Mr. Drew Bartlett, sits on the dais with me, and he specifically thanked Volusia County. There's five counties on this with the water management districts and the DEP. Thanked Volusia County for a water quality assurance plan. He said he has been so impressed, and what Volusia has done is taking control of the issue instead of waiting for the state to direct and tell us what needs to be done. So, and not only that, we saved him a whole lot of time. So he's very thankful, yes, and he's willing to work with us and have a good working relationship going there with our project. So I think that speaks very highly. It's not that all in all, but it's a great start, and again, it keeps us in control of what we're doing. It's kind of called, what's that word, home rule? We're just exercising home rule in a very positive way. So that's a very good thing. Council, I need to bring up again 16th Street in New Smyrna Beach. We had the issue with, when we agreed to open up every access way, and we're opening 7 up north of Dunlawton, and there's only one south of Dunlawton that could be opened, and it's been identified as 16th Street, and that has met with a complete rejection from the cities, from the citizens in the city of New Smyrna Beach. There has been a request, and there was at the time at the New Smyrna Beach City Commission meeting, from the citizens, and talking, even the mayor of New Smyrna Beach has weighed in with an email to this group, asking instead of a drivable access, if we could make it a dune walkover with parking on the side like we've done at other points. In fact, I was in Ms. Seaman's office, we were looking at that. I think we may have some room for diagonal parking. But the question then was, Jamie, how much of that do we own? I know we have the beach access, that area, but we own some of that land, don't we?
Well, the county took jurisdiction up west from the beach to the nearest north-south road. In New Smyrna, at that location, that would be Hill Street in many locations. Now, Hill Street was vacated in some locations, and so you would go all the way out to A1A. But in that particular location, you only can get to Hill Street, which is a fair distance, don't get me wrong, but we, with every one of these approaches, we have to look at what is the nearest north-south road.
So it's possible we can add the walkover access, but we can also add some off-beach parking in that particular area.
It's possible, yes, ma'am.
And it's also my understanding, this one little area, And I guess it's totally destroyed, obviously, because of just nature, and it hasn't been improved and really needs some attention to begin with. It's ours. But I think it's a possibility that maybe some golf carts have gone over that and gotten stuck, and we need to do something out there. So, council, my ask is, would you consider the drivable to direct staff to look at putting a pedestrian walkover on 16th Street with any additional parking we can add, off-beach parking in that particular area? Mr. Manager,
here's the only question. We'll give you the price, but I can tell you right now, it'll be significantly less than it would have been to improve that as a drivable access. So we'll be able to take the money out of the new fees. And now, here's the only thing that's a cautionary note. I think it's a good idea, but if we spend money and time to build a real walkover, they're not cheap, and we put the parking in, it doesn't mean that you can't put the ramp in, but you really are pushing off even thinking about that for quite a while because you've invested that much money. You wouldn't want to put this in and tear it down.
Understood.
So you're actually saying for the foreseeable future, it will stay a walkover. I think that, which may be fine for the city, but I think we have to clarify, we're not going to go tearing it down a year or two from now. That would be a waste.
So I guess to my colleagues, can I get your agreement?
Let me just weigh in on my thoughts on that.
Please.
I've been engaged in communication with a member who actually supported doing what we were doing of New Smyrna. We're not going to be able to get anything done and moving this year anyway, I don't think. I think it would be very, very difficult. Pardon?
Turtle season.
Turtle season, you're not going to be able to get it done. Rather than to not consider making it access to vehicles, if we could get through to later in the year and look at it, and I just don't like to create a walkover. How many cars can you be able to park there?
Well, not many.
10 or 15? 5?
Maybe 4 or 5, something like that.
Won't be a lot.
Won't be a lot.
So you're not going to be able to park before 5 cars. So you're just making it a walkover for people to then do what they're already doing and parking in other people's driveways or yards or street somewhere to walk down to walk over. Is that conducive? Or would we not be better off to make sure that we don't want to do the drive access to the beach to get the cars there? And which leads to the next question is, there's been discussion on that, well, people are already parking down there anyway, right? In that section of the beach. They just come from a different entrance point. Isn't that right? I mean, I don't go down to that entrance. So something may be better than nothing, but sometimes sacrificing to give a little something as opposed to the whole enchilada might not be the best if we could just wait, evaluate, see what kind of issues surface this year, and just say, look, I know we wanted to work in cooperation with you. Let's discuss this in November, October, December, if we can get it, and then say, let's go. We're going to do it. We're going to give you the access. We promised that we were going to do access to every beach ramp that we could. In lieu of doing that, you're going to get some blowback, but you're going to get blowback and criticism from either way. And what would best serve all the residents of the county? A walkover for a few, or a drive thing? And it was going to help the people. It was going to be access for season pass holders only, right?
Yes.
Which was going to benefit them, anybody that's a season pass holder. And let's just maybe wait on this one because we can't get it done. And then if we come down at the end and you look at some numbers and look at some things, and then later in the year after we've done the budget, which wouldn't necessarily preclude this because it would be coming, still pick the money up then and say, let's evaluate this and say, folks, we really need to have vehicle access here. Let's bite the bullet, give them that, and New Smyrna can either be mad or glad about that.
I think if we do that, what I would suggest we do in the interim is, it wouldn't really cost me anything. We'll just do a concept so people would know what it would be. And then we have to get out of turtle season anyway. And then if you want to, and while we do the concept, we would look at these things like where would people come from and things like that. And then when you're ready, then you'd have something to evaluate.
Right. I think that might be in just off the top of my head. 'Cause I really
That's fair.
think that would be okay.
We'll do that.
Well, and I have to say too, with beach management, I was on the beach and I was so impressed with the way that it's set up to take the applications for the beach permits. They really do. Drive on the beach, you come off the beach and then off to a side like an access, almost like an access road, if you will, to free up the rest of the cars to come on the beach that already have their passes or paid, a daily fee. It has really sped things up, and this company's doing a wonderful job of controlling that. And
We're real
and
pleased.
it was impressive. I mean, I actually stopped and watched it happen. They had 3 or 4 workers at a time out there. It was wonderful.
Yeah.
It's so, and I hear you. So we're going to use delay and see what happens, especially because of turtle season. And I will tell you, when we first met with the city of New Smyrna Beach, the manager had offered to put them at the top since this was going to be a big project. But now we've got all these other ramps that are in the process of going to be done. So this will fall to the end of the list anyway because of process. So I think waiting until November and waiting for turtle season is a good thing to do. So again, we're on pause, right?
Yep.
Is that a fair thing?
Sounds good.
Okay. Southeast Volusia Activity Center, I'm gonna bring that back up again. There's, what we had, council,
Can I ask you a question on this? Is the, because I don't understand much about the West Side Council. Is this something that's designated as,
Clay can give you the 2-second overview.
excuse my,
No,
yeah, no, we dealt
trust
with
me.
this before your time.
These, but they're also complicated.
It's very
And unless you're through this, that's why let Clay give you the little quick overview.
Please.
is that okay? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
Yeah, these are complicated. Go ahead, Clay.
Good afternoon. When we did our original comprehensive plan in 1990, we had identified 4 activity centers. These were large areas of a variety of land uses that we saw, because of the transportation network where they were located at, would be naturally inclined to be developed for a variety of commercial uses. And the goal of the comprehensive plan was to make sure it was used more for employment-based and provide for diversity of land use. So you have, there's an existing southeast, southwest, Halifax, and then the Plantation Bay area. The Halifax area is around I-95 and LPGA. The southeast was at I-95 and State Road 44. And then there's a southwest, which we talked about today.
Southeast, that's not my definition of
I
southeast.
understand, but I'm just saying that there, right now, there's an existing southeast activity center already in our comprehensive plan.
So we'll use a different term. Call it the
Yes,
south.
I understand, but I just want to make sure so we don't get the.
southeast.
We were, this would be whatever name we want to call it, Space Coast or US 1, South Volusia, whatever name can go forward. We would just have to go forward. I go through a planning analysis to create this area. Typically, this type of planning effort's about a year, because what we have to do is we do have to amend our comprehensive plan. We have to go through, analyze the parcels that would be involved, analyze the transportation networks that were associated with it, and come up with recommendations, policies, and those types of things. It is a large-scale comp plan amendment, so we would have to go through the DEO, Volusia County Growth Management Commission, et cetera. So we can do it. It's just if the council directs us to go forward, I just want to make sure you understand it's not something that we can get on like the next agenda and have it
Understood.
adopted then.
Well, and here's the reason, council, is when we were working with Project Panther, which now we know is Blue Origin, back in the day, there's as with anything, there's tiny parcels of pieces, and we had to assemble parcels to even consider this project this big, and we did so. Continued to do so for this particular project. So it's not if, it's when. And next time we get an option, woe to us if we're not ready and we're in the same place we were with Blue Origin Council. If we're in that same place because we weren't proactive, I don't care how many Team Volusias we have, we will have dropped the ball. So my concern is setting us up for the future, and to do that, we need this done yesterday. But understand it as a process. I don't expect it to be on next week's agenda. Very realistic, but we have to start somewhere. We need to start now. We need to start yesterday.
Would you incorporate what is currently called the southeast area? Is that what
No.
no, something separate?
The Southeast Activity Center is I-95 and State Road
So
44.
you would identify the area that you're talking about that you would like to.
It's down toward, it's southeast, it's
Basically Oak Hill
Edgewater,
around
Oak Hill area.
Oak Hill along US 1
Okay.
in that area.
Some parcels we were working with previously.
So you could you would designate this section of the county by legal description or some sort, or
It would be
how do you
parcel
do-
based. Again, that's part of the exercise that staff has to do, is we
Because
would go in and start looking at the different parcels, different
I'm guessing you
transportation.
have all various zoning classifications there.
It's primarily agriculture. There's some antiquated subdivision plats, so there's a variety of
Okay.
other things down there, so we will look at it.
It's a patchwork quilt.
Okay.
That's a very good way to describe
It's a
it.
patchwork quilt that we need to clean up, and we need to start that process.
Okay.
So council, are you good with directing staff to take a look at this and see what the possibilities are?
I think I am good on this side.
We're gonna go where we've never
Yes.
gone before down there.
We're good.
Okay,
What I'll do is I'll have Clay do like an outline, give you an overview, and we'll share it with you, and he'll explain the process, the time frame, and all that. So we'll start the clock ticking.
to start the discussion.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And the last one I'm coming back to again is the comment in opening with school resource officers. While it's good, and for full disclosure, my first conversation was with the chair of the school board, Linda Cuthbert, who is a District 3 school board member, my school board member, but also the chair of the school board, called me a week ago about this, and we had a conversation, and then Mr. Persis sent the email, but for full disclosure, I think the chair of the school board should have full recognition on being the first out of the gate asking for assistance with this. But as interested as I am with this and agree with the comments that were said before regarding this issue, but here we are. I personally don't want to look at it if we're going to take it from any other project, Mr. Deneen, and if it's going to jeopardize our go to zero or roll back for this budget year. So what?
Here's what we'll do. We went through, let me explain a couple of things so we're real clear. First of all, we never find money. We redirect it from other things. I mean, I don't have money sitting around someplace. What we will do, we will show you, and I've talked to Carl about this. I think his concerns are legitimate in the sense that the state mandated them to have things they are not paying for. And they're having their own budget issues. Their fiscal year is different than ours. So what I'll show you is there's a way to take $2 million, and we'll show you where you take it from. It would not affect go to zero. It would not affect whatever tax cut you want to do up to rollback. Obviously, if you go to rollback, you've got to cut other things. Okay. Now, this $2 million, I think the schools would like you to consider over time, depending upon what the state does, they may want you to try and renew this. Well, this would show this first year at $2 million, with the idea that once we get further in the year, because the vote in November also could affect our revenue. And so I'm doing this relatively conservative, and $2 million's not nothing to sneeze at, but I think we can make it work. Now, one other thing, very big deal. We have a contract with them through the sheriff's office where we share that cost on resource school officers. I can't do both. So what Mr. Persis was asking is for this, we talked about, we call it a grant in aid, not touch the contract that we have between us and them on school resource officers, where we both provide money for that. So we've had a good relationship for years where we split that cost. We're not talking about changing that. We're talking about a grant and aid. Now, the reason he asked for a grant and aid is that they are trying to make this work. So how he mans, whether he gets the people from the sheriff's office, from a police department, from a rental place that maybe that the sheriff endorses, they want that. And I think it's their program, so they should be able to run that. The other thing is he wants to be able to use the money. It's all school safety, so he can only use it for some type of resource officer or capital things that are directly related to safety. Locks, gates, things like that. That's the flexibility they wanted. So that's the agreement we'd have. Now, if you agree to this or want to do this, then you'd tell me to move forward and have that all worked out, because you'd have to vote for it, and I'd have to have an agreement with the school board. That would be at a future meeting.
yeah, I guess just my final comment, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues is, I think it's a good time to show support for the schools, but return money to our citizens too when we look at the budget. And I think if we can do both, I think that's we're very well served the community. That's it. Thank you.
And when you want, I'll show you the number.
Please.
Ms. Kuzak.
I just want to know, this request is coming, keep saying it's coming from Carl Persis, but is it not the desires of the entire school board, or is this just something coming from Mr. Persis? So I just think that if we're going to do something with them, this should be some collaboration between this council and the school board, not one individual from the school board. I think that, I just think that it ought to be, everybody ought to be at this table. And so, even though I realize this letter is from Carl Persis, is the school board members aware that he is requesting that we do this?
Well, Ms. Cusack, honestly, that's the same, that was my response when the chair, Linda Cuthbert, called me over a phone conversation. My request actually was, well, is this coming from your full board? And the proper protocol would be, since she's chair, to speak to my chair.
Right.
And then the superintendent connect with Mr. Deneen. So that would
This,
be
to
the
me,
process
should be-
to speak to my chair.
Right.
And then the superintendent connect with Mr. Deneen. So that would be
This, to
the
me, should be
process
the
and
process that we should be
Fine, it's the
operating
same
within.
thing.
With all due respect to every member of the school board, that it should be leadership to leadership, and not just a member.
Mr. Patterson? Mr. Patterson?
I think something we need to continue to look at. I mean, because, you know, the other question is, would this be reoccurring, you know, year after year after year after that? But I think we really need to look at the whole issue there. And I think working together with the school board and with staff here as to where we can find the money, let's just look at it as an option, that's all.
I will say, in the conversation I had with Mr. Persis,
I have my questions answered.
the impression I got was that I think he felt that this was a direction that was coming from the school board. The chair had talked to Deb, and that he, out of respect for, he's been on this side of the dais, out of respect for how hard it is to come up with money, and our budget cycle is different than theirs, so rather than get caught unaware, I think what he was trying to do was to try and give us some opportunity to take a look, because he knows how we would schedule a budget. So I can show you the number to make you feel good, and you wouldn't be making the decision today. You'd be deciding, and part of this could be getting something from the school board. You'd have to be, because they'd have to give us an agreement anyway. You can't, they have to agree how they would use it and all that kind of stuff. We'd have to work that out. But this would give us an opportunity to say, do you even want to pursue it? I think that's more what he was looking for.
And the one of the questions you brought up about whether this is reoccurring or they'd ask for it in the future was a concern I had. And if they take X amount of money that they're asking from us, use it for a capital project, obviously that should not be a recurring project. But then they come back the following year cycle and say, well, we need help with funding security or resource officers or additional lockers, or because I heard that mentioned as one of the things to try to promote safety is to have lockers. So I guess you don't carry book pack. I don't know what the reason was. That somebody said to have lockers, but this all did start. It started kind of like, you're right on that it needs to be the mark of saying it needs to be school board to county council. It doesn't need to be Carl to you or me or Linda to you or someone. It needs to come from the school board or the superintendent, Mr. Russell. You.
I understand. Here's, I guess, what I thought
that Mr. Persis had made a comment at their previous school board meeting about this. No? Maybe?
The impression I have was this was sort of a preempt to give us an idea this is coming. We were going to get asked. I think the issue with everybody is in terms of future funding is that you saw what happened with the state this last year. Chaos would be an understatement. So I think everybody's holding their breath for what happens next year and after the vote here with Homestead. So I think everybody knows that everything's up for grabs until we find out where we're at. And so I think that's really what. So this is really for now because of the mandate they got. And then I'd like to show you where I would get the money from.
As for me, Mr. Chair, I think that what we have to do is, if this may happen as a reoccurring issue, I think we need to have some collaboration from, and it should be done, and we should set the protocol And then we can proceed with what we need to do after that. We get that correspondence from them and what the ramification of that request would be. That's for me.
Yep.
I don't want to give direction to start looking at our budget until we know exactly what they're talking about, what they're
Because it
expecting.
really isn't, I mean, I'll use your word, and you're right. Protocol is not for one member of the school board to ask a member of the county council board to look at funding. Huh? It's like, and then Carl had approached me when I brought it up like 3 weeks ago, and I said, well, look at it, look at what we can do after the state does what they can do, and that was only not in detail. There was no numbers tied to it. It was just say, can we look at seeing if we can work with it? I agree more with Ms. Cusack with that approach than to have, say, well, we're looking for someone fishing to see if they've got the support before they offer it. Not covering their...
I do think that it's probably prudent, given I've got to do the budget, for me to show you where I would take it from. Because rather than, once you start trying to entertain this, you don't even know, at least let me show you where I would get it from.
Well, how about them letting us show what they want?
Right.
I mean, if they say they want it for resource officers and they want us to split, I mean, you've already, huh? We need an official request from the school board. I really think that would be better. I mean, I want to support what we can. But I really would feel better if it came from the school board with a vote, because, I mean, you know that they would probably assume they would support asking us for money.
Well, let me say this then, so that you know. I have identified a place in the budget that, which really has to do with, we were going to add to our reserves a small an amount of money, a little around 2 million. So one of the things we would not do is just add to our reserve. And so that would not affect ongoing programs, would not affect go to zero, and would not affect your ability to make some cuts in the budget.
Well, see, now they know we've got it. They'll come at me. I'm just kidding.
Well, you always,
That's why I think that it's best that
they always know you got it. It's where you take
they
it
always
from.
think you have the deeper pockets.
Yep.
But
Well,
you need to have some.
Let's just do that then. Let it be an official request.
And we're not talking recurring either,
No.
so I think there's a lot of things, and that was, again, my original conversation with the chair was to reach out to you.
Right. Oh, not me. The
Yes,
coun-
you're the chair.
Oh. Well, she didn't reach out to me, though. She knows it.
So I think we need to go back, Mr. Chair, and we can begin again.
And at least come
And
from...
know what they are looking for, and I think that
Okay.
we want to do all we can to help our children.
Absolutely.
But we want to set protocol, because we are the stewards of taxpayers' money also. And so we have to be very prudent as to what our agenda is and what our responsibilities are as keepers of these funds.
And, okay, so there we go. You're not finished. You're done? Dr. Lowry,
I don't have anything.
Mr. Patterson.
I'm trying to think of something to keep us here longer. No, I'm fine.
You're done. Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have two things. I'd like to ask that we be sponsors of the NAACP West Volusia, East Volusia annual events, and I have the request, and if it could be added to our agenda for approval.
I think we did that last year, did we not? Yes?
We did.
Yes. So you can add that. Just one quick thing, and I'll try to. I've been asked if I would attend the National Association of Counties meeting coming up, I think in June or July. June. I don't want it to be where if there's going to be 2 or 3 other people that want to go or something like that, nor do I think that we need to have a whole contingent of people going for the national. But if we're going to be members, should we participate? It's up to some level, whether one of us or some of us go or not. Pardon? That's what I'm asking.
As chair, you should be representing us.
Okay, okay. So will set that in my calendar and, you want me to tell you where it is? No, it's in Australia this year. And you have to go and you have to spend a week in New Zealand and a week in Australia. Okay. With that, we're gonna get out of here before 5 o'clock, believe it or not. We're adjourning at 4:39. Good, a very full meeting today.
All right. I went to some. All right. I went to some. All right. I went to some. All right. I went to some.